What's going on, everybody? What's going on? I'll be with you right in a minute, in a minute, in a minute, in a minute. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Uh, this what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for this. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna do it like this. Let's go.
Who am I? I am King Lee. The fire panning into the fire. The press the battle heads up in and I am Lee. I am Lee. I am Lee. All rise and bask in his glory. My drive is limitless. You won't compare to this. I have been chiseled from granite and given a shot of adrenaline. You are the enemy, standing in front of me. Yeah, now watch what I do when the train coming through. Your position is fantasy. My time, my shine, ready to attack with the one dime. Limitless, limitless. Get up, get up, get up, get up. The fire panning into the fire. The press the battle heads up in and I am Lee. I am Lee. I am Lee. All rise and bask in his glory. The fire panning into the fire. The press the battle heads up in and I am Lee. I am Lee. I am Lee. All rise and bask in his glory. My rise is limitless. You're struck with bitterness. Cause your views about me are imageless. I have stepped into vividness. Feeling the surge is electrical, gives me a wealth of new energy. Life imitating art, imitating life. This is my reality, virtualist. My time, my shine, ready to attack with the one dime. Limitless, limitless. Get up, get up, get up, get up. The fire panning into the fire. The press the battle heads up in and I am Lee. I am Lee. I am Lee. All rise and bask in his glory. The fire panning into the fire. The press the battle heads up in and I am Lee. I am Lee. I am Lee. All rise and bask in his glory. The fire panning into the fire. The press the battle heads up in and I am Lee. I am Lee. I am Lee. All rise and bask in his glory.
And I stayed in the song. So now I'm closer to God. But being closer is hard. The attacks get stronger, become much harder to fight, and they last longer. That's what it's always been. Joy with the pain, dark with the light, sun with the rain. With the right perspective, there can be something to gain.
But I know that there's more. More for you, more for us.
DJ discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking that pandemic.
DJ discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking that pandemic.
DJ discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking that pandemic.
Say it louder, what you gon' do now? Hope you're ready, cause I'm really about to put it down. Girl, you know that I will never disrespect you. We love tomorrow, but tonight I wanna spank you. That ass count, gotta make it last now. Spread out so, then I'ma beat it up.
not supposed to be green. Like faith's not supposed to be seen. The sky's not supposed to touch the ground, and a square's not supposed to be round. The moon's not supposed to touch the sun, and a 2 is not supposed to be a 1. And the heart's not supposed to weigh a ton, and forever's not supposed to be done. Winter's not supposed to come in June.
Come on, y'all.
I'm not supposed to have the blues. There are so
As you
many
come and
things
hit that
that
light,
I'm not supposed to be.
It's here.
Except you and me.
We about to see what's going on.
There are so many things.
I just want to set the mood.
That I'm not supposed to be. Ooh, baby. Yeah, except you and me.
I'm just setting the mood right.
This Chicago, nigga.
Woo! Oh yeah, baby.
I admit I done made some mistakes.
Jennifer Bojane brought the heat.
I admit I helped
She
so
brought the
many
heat,
people,
baby.
and them same damn people turn fake. I admit it was so hard to focus. I didn't go to classes. I admit that I dropped out of school. I admit that I wasn't that cool. I admit I just feel like retiring. Admit I just don't feel like trying. But all my real niggas around me keep telling me, Kels, fuck that, you gotta keep climbing. I admit it, I did. I done fuck with a couple of fans. I admit I'm a gift and a curse. I admit that I don't go to church. I admit it, I admit it. I admit it, I did it. I admit it, I did. I admit it, I did it.
Hey.
I admit I got so many flaws. Told so many lies to these bras. Blew so much money, pop so many bottles. Yeah, I fuck a bitch just because.
Y'all see it. 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 But let's finish the song.
Nigga, I had a hell of a day, but I admit I was in my own way. I admit I had my mama crying over me. What else can a
Let's
nigga
get them
say?
likes up, y'all. I got
admit
42
can't
people,
spell
90
for
people in. Come on.
I admit that all I hear is hits. I admit I couldn't read the teleprompter when the Grammys asked me to present. I admit I love God, but wait, it's so much temptation, but wait. Admit to the drinking and smoking too much, but it helped me get through the day. Won't say no names, I'm not a snitch. But one night at the Ritz, I did some shit I shouldn't have did. Went and fucked my niggas big. I admit that I did. I fucked my girlfriend's best friend.
Alright. Let's go. United States District Court, Eastern District of New York, United States of America versus Robert Sylvester Kelly, also known as R. Kelly. 19 CR 286. Notice of motion. Defendant Robert Kelly's notice of motion for a judgment of acquittal. Please take notice that upon the accompanying memorandum of law, Defendant Kelly, through counsel, hereby moves for a judgment of acquittal, dated February the 17th, 2022, New York, New York. Respectfully submitted, Jennifer Bojane. Jennifer Bojane. Now, wait a minute. Why did she put that in? It's right here. Let's go. Y'all know what it is. Let's go. Let's go. Go get your popcorn, because this is a long one. Go get your candy. Go get everything you need. Hit them likes, though. Hit them likes, hit them likes, hit them likes, though. Hit them likes, hit them likes, hit them likes, though. Come on. Let's get them likes up. I ain't moving until you get them likes up. Get them likes up. So for everybody that said Robert was an old dirty old man, guess what? We about to see why he's not a dirty old man. Come on. Come on. I got 54. I got 108 in here. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Page 1. United States District Court, Eastern District of New York, United States of America. Hold on. Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Hold on. Let me do it this way. So that way y'all know what's going on. Let me do it this way. Press play.
Yeah, I tapped that in back of my Benz. I admit I'm sorry for my sins. I admit it, I admit it. I admit it, I did.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
I admit it, I did.
Let's go. Can y'all hear me?
I trust people too much. I admit I can't say such and such, but my Lord
Can y'all hear me?
told me settle this, even though it's bullshit.
Can y'all hear me?
Your career, all these people in my ear.
If y'all can hear me, say yeah.
I admit that I just need
Okay, let's go. United States District Court, Eastern District of New York. United States of America versus Robert Sylvester Kelly. Defendant Robert Kelly's memorandum of law in support of a judgment of acquittal. Table of contents. Table of authorities. Introduction. Argument. The government failed to prove counts 2 through 9 of the indictment, and a conclusion. Cases. Atkinson's versus Anadargo. Bennett versus U.S. Trust. Boyle versus United States. Brennan versus Bateman's. Brittman versus Mobile Corp. Burner Corp versus R.A. Brunner. Kalen versus State Chemical. Cedric. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all see what's going on. Y'all see what's going on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You know what? I'm going to pause this. Because I want y'all to hear everything I'm saying. I don't want y'all to be like, he missed the word. Introduction. In Fitzgerald versus Chrysler Corporation, 116 F3D 225 226 227, 7th Circuit, 1997, Chief Judge Poizner cautioned that where a statute is broadly worded in order to prevent loopholes from being drilled in it by ingenious lawyers, there is a danger of it being applied to situations absurdly remote from the concerns of the statute framers. Such is the case here, where the government misused both the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Statute, aka RICO, and the Mann Act in a manner never previously conceived or carried out. Invigorated by an influential social movement determined to punish centuries of male misbehavior through symbolic prosecutions of high-profile men, the government brought a RICO prosecution against the defendant that was absurdly remote from the drafter's intent, stretching the liberal construction clause well beyond the intent of Congress. The government constructed a RICO theory of prosecution designed not to effectuate the purpose of the RICO statute, but to prosecute the defendant for alleged misdeeds going back decades without pesky statutes of limitation obstacles. Adding to its history of celebrity Mann Act prosecutions, the government extended the broad language of the Mann Act to conduct it never intended to remedy. While the Mann Act may be an effective tool for combating human trafficking. Let me see if y'all see this. Okay, y'all see it. Human trafficking. It was not designed to punish sexual misconduct like that alleged against defendant. Where defendants' alleged transportation of females, largely consenting adults, was incidental to his travels as a world-renowned performer. He is not guilty of Mann Act violations. If the government intends to prosecute Mann Act violations in the fashion it did here, it might consider investigating the many influential, wealthy, mostly white corporate leaders who frequently arrange travel for paramours who later conclude that the experience was less than pleasant. A detached and unemotional review of the evidence in this case shows that the government presented an overabundance of bad character evidence to compensate for its insufficient proofs of the specific elements of RICO and the Mann Act. Accordingly, this court must acquit defendant of the verdicts of guilt entered against him. Relevant facts. The government charged defendant with 1 count of racketeering based on 14 predicate acts and 8 standalone counts of violations of the Mann Act that were also charged as racketeering acts, with the exception of Racketeering Act 1, alleging the offense of robbery. Well, the charged offenses involve conduct alleged by 5 women: Geronda, Jane Doe number 4, Jane Doe number 5, Stephanie, Jane Doe number 2, Sonia, Jane Doe number 3, and Faith, Jane Doe number 6. The jury returned a verdict convicting defendant of all charged counts, but acquitted him of those racketeering acts related to Sonia. Given the length of the record, defendant will incorporate relevant facts into their argument sections as appropriate. Argument. This court must set aside the verdict of guilt entered against the defendant and enter a judgment of acquittal where the government presented insufficient evidence of the offense of racketeering count 1 and all Mann Act violations counts 2 through 9. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 29C provides that if the jury has returned a guilty verdict, the court may set aside the verdict and enter an acquittal. A court can enter a judgment of acquittal on the grounds of insufficient evidence only if, after viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and drawing all reasonable inferences in the government's favor, it concludes no rational trier or of fact could have found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. United States versus Reyes, 302 F 3D 4852. To sustain a conviction, the jury must have been able to find each of the essential elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. United States versus Jackson, 368 F 3D 5963. As set out in new detail below, the defendant's RICO conviction cannot stand where the government failed to prove the existence of an enterprise, the activities of which affected interstate commerce, and a pattern of racketeering activity. Moreover, insufficient evidence existed to prove each and every element of the charged Mann Act's violation by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. The government failed to prove defendant guilty of the offense of racketeering count 1. Y'all can go get something to drink if y'all want. Y'all can go get something to drink if y'all want. I'm going to give y'all 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. 30 seconds. Let's go. The government failed to prove defendant guilty of the offense of racketeering count 1. This court must acquit defendant of the offense of racketeering where the government failed to prove defendant guilty by beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every element of the offense. The government effectively swamped the jury with bad character evidence that was guaranteed to produce a guilty verdict. But its proofs on the charged offenses were insufficient as a matter of law. Ignoring the distinctly economic legislative history of the RICO statute, the government brought a RICO prosecution against defendant, not to remedy widespread criminal activity of an enterprise, but to punish one man whose alleged crimes could no longer be prosecuted by state or local agencies. The government's belated interest in protecting defendants alleged victims does not justify application of the RICO statute to allege private sexual misconduct of the defendant and only the defendant, even if some of that conduct could have been timely prosecuted by local authorities long ago. As a reminder, RICO's primary purpose was to combat organized crime by prosecuting the highly diversified acts of a single organized crime enterprise under a RICO umbrella. The overreaching goal of the statute was to curb the infiltration of legitimate business organizations and by racketeers. In its statement of finding and purposes accompanying the RICO statute, Congress declared the following. The Congress finds that 1. Organized crimes in the United States is a highly sophisticated, diversified, and widespread activity that annually drains billions of dollars from Americans' economy by unlawful conduct and the illegal use of force, fraud, and corruption. 2. Organized crime derives a major portion of its power through money obtained from such illegal endeavors and syndicated gambling, loan sharking, and theft and fencing of property, the importation and distribution of narcotics and dangerous drugs, and other forms of social exploitation. This money and power are increasingly used to infiltrate and corrupt legitimate businesses and labor unions and to subvert and corrupt our democratic process. 4. Organized crime activities in the United States weaken the stability of the nation's economic system, harm innocent investors, and competing organizations interfere with free competition, seriously burdening interstate and foreign commerce, and foreign commerce, threaten the domestic security, and undermine the general welfare of the nation of its citizens. And 5. Organized crime continues to grow because of defects in the evidence gathering process of the law inhibiting the development of the legally admissible evidence necessary to bring criminal other sanctions or remedies to bear the unlawful activities of those engaged in organized crime, and because the sanctions and sick remedies available to the government are unnecessarily limited in scope and impact. It is the purpose of this act to seek the eradication of organized crime in the United States by strengthening the legal tools in the evidence gathering process, by establishing new penal prohibitions, and by providing enhanced sanctions and new law remedies to deal with the unlawful activities of those engaged in organized crime. Organized Crime Control Act of 1970, one of PBL L number 91-452, Callan versus State Chemical MFG Company, 584 F Supplemental 619621, EDPA 1984. Admittedly, prosecutors have used RICO in a wide variety of circumstances under the statute's liberal construction clause. H.J. Inc. versus Northwestern Bell Telephone Company, 492 U.S. 229, 248 to 249, 1989. The liberal construction clause notwithstanding, the Supreme Court has acknowledged that the clause is not without limits. Reeves versus Ernest and Young, 507 U.S. 170, 183. These are all statutes, and these are all case laws. 1993. As the court held in Reeves, the liberal construction clause was not an invitation to apply RICO to new purposes that Congress never intended. The government clearly exceeded those limits with this prosecution, as evidenced by its failure to prove the charge offense of racketeering. To sustain a conviction for RICO, the government must prove. Hold on. 3, okay. 5. To sustain a conviction for RICO, the government must prove that the defendant, 1, through the commission of or of two or more acts constituting a pattern of racketeering activity. 2. Directly or indirectly invested in, maintained an interest in, or participated in an enterprise. 3. The activities of which affected interstate or foreign commerce. 18 U.S.C. 1962C, as set out below. The government offered insufficient proof of all elements of the offense of racketeering. A. The government's proof did not establish an enterprise. You got 30 seconds. Go get some drink. Come on. Let's get this in. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get it in. The government's proof did not establish an enterprise. The government's case was doomed from the start, where it failed to plead and prove an enterprise. An enterprise includes any individual, partnership, corporation, association, or other legal entity, and any union or group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. 18 U.S.C. 1961-4. The United States Supreme Court has defined a RICO enterprise as a group of persons. I told y'all what a person is, right? A group of persons. That means a group of people who are established by the state. They are not a man. They are persons. They are legal entities that were created by the state, associated together for a common purpose of engaging in a course of conduct. United States versus Turkey. See also Boyle versus United States, 556 U.S. 938 950 2009. An enterprise is demonstrated by evidence of an ongoing organization, formal or informal, and by evidence that the various associates function as a continuing unit. First Capital Assets Management, Inc. versus Satinwood, Inc. 385 F3D 159 173 2D CIR 2004. For an association of individuals to constitute an enterprise, the individuals must share a common purpose to engage in a particular fraudulent course of conduct and work together to achieve such purposes. Now, let's stop right there for a second. The enterprise: Don Russell, Richard Arline, Michael Williams, Kevin Terrell, Christopher Gunn, and all the people, what is her name? To be determined. Walrus. All of them people. That's the enterprise. Robert ain't had nothing to do with none of that. Robert ain't have nothing to do with none of that. They chose to act on his behalf under their own circumstances. So that's why I keep saying the Don Russell crew. Okay? The enterprise purpose must be common to all of its members. Is the enterprise purpose common to all of the members that Don Russell have? Don Russell told him to do one thing and everybody followed suit. Facts, Coretta. Lock them all up. Like I said, we can always put it there. The enterprise purpose must be common to all of his members. Okay? Hey, Egypt, over on Facebook. How you doing, boo? Then it says Stein versus Worldwide Plumbing Supply, Inc. 71. Supply 3D 320 325. Eastern District, New York, 2014. See also Crab House of Douglaston versus Newsday. Got it. Citing Satinwood. Okay. The enterprise is neither the individual defendant nor the pattern of racketeering activity. Facts. Rather, it is an entity separate and apart from the pattern of activity in which is engaged. Facts. So now we see Robert never engaged in none of that. It was only Don Russell and his folks. And tomorrow I will be showing proof of all of that, of what all of they have done to form the enterprise. And must be alleged and proved separately. And must be alleged and proved separately. They can't prove Robert did none of that separately. But there's documentation that Kevin Terrell did things. There's documentation that Christopher Gunn did things. There's documentation that Don Russell did things. There's documentation of certain people that did things. And they blame Robert for it. Like I said, well, I ain't said, they said it. If Robert go down, they all go down. Here's what I say. When Robert come out, they all go in. So, and I'm going to point that out to everybody. No problem. However, there must be a nexus between the enterprise and the racketeering activity that is being conducted. United States versus Indelicado, 865. Furthermore, the RICO enterprise must have an ascertainable structure. Furthermore, the RICO enterprise must have an ascertainable structure, separate and distinct from the pattern of racketeering activities. Stop. Ascertainable structure, meaning it got to have a head and everybody got to go out and do one thing. Okay, Don Russell came on Bedbug channel and said what? Everybody got to write the judge, and all of them did what? Wrote the judge. Don Russell came on Choke No Joke channel and said what? I have this, I have that, I took that, I took that. Facts. Don Russell went on Christopher Gunn's channel and said what? Oh, I have the ADATs, I have this, I have that. Christopher Gunn out of his own mouth and admission said what? Oh, Don Russell gave me the trophy, I buried it in my backyard. He have his handprints on it. That makes him guilty. This is what we do over here. This is what we do over here. We speak facts, we speak truth, and we do what they say do. Rely on the paperwork. There it is. DanaJay have never did none of that. You never seen DanaJay do none of this to hurt Robert. Yes, I threatened them, but not to hurt Robert. But let's finish, because we're going to go there. Furthermore, the RICO enterprise must have an... Okay, that's that. Okay, Bob. Finally, for 1962C purposes, the person charged with a RICO violation and the alleged enterprise must be a separate and distinct... Say that again. Finally, for 1962C purposes, the person charged with a RICO violation and the alleged enterprise must be separate and distinct from one another. Okay, separate and distinct from one another. Bedbug, short, brown skin, 50 years old. Christopher Gunn, tall, dark skin, talk with a list. He's about 35, 36 years old. Don Russell, short, fat, roly-poly. Don Russell about 55 years old, 54, somewhere around. He's way over there somewhere. Richard Arline, and we all know what they look like, but they all are distinctive from one another, and they all are separate from one another. You see what I'm saying? This requirement flows from the statutory mandate that a person who engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity must be employed by or associated with the enterprise. Stop. I'm glad DanaJay did that when I grouped them all together and said they all on Don Russell payroll. But they said, no, we're not on Don Russell payroll. We don't know Don Russell. We don't this. But the paperwork says a person who engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity must be employed by or associated with. So if you're not employed by Don Russell, you damn sure associated with him. Why? Because you take up for him and the actions that he do. Bingo. Bingo. And you're on record taking up for Don Russell. Oh, Don Russell the muscle. Oh, Don Russell this. Oh, Don Russell that. Oh. So either one or two things. You are employed or you're associated with the enterprise. It's funny how Robert don't know none of y'all. So y'all can't be employed by Robert. Y'all damn sure ain't associated with him. But a lot of you know Don Russell. A lot of you talk to Don Russell. A lot of y'all have Don Russell back. A lot of y'all have said Don Russell is the muscle. So with that being said, that makes you associated with Don Russell. Let's keep going. An entity cannot simultaneously be the enterprise and the person who conducts its affairs. Facts. So therefore, you have all those people doing different things, like recording federal witnesses. Oh, I'm doing it for Robert, guys. Did Robert tell you to do that? No. Have Robert talked to you about that? No. So that means you're doing it under your own pretense. Well, I support Don Russell. So Don Russell had everybody do all this, and he's connected to all this. That means he's connected to you. Well, wasn't Don Russell on your channel and you asked for a payment? Let's take it further. Didn't Don Russell say, oh, I was looking for Tyson because I had something for him? And didn't Don Russell pay for his hotel stay? That means he was paid by Don Russell, which clearly makes him associated with Don Russell. Don't run now. The birds is finally chirping. An entity cannot simultaneously be the enterprise and the person who conducts its affairs. Permitting that would be tantamount to permitting an entity to associate with itself. Bennett 770 F2D at 315. Hirsch versus Enright. And y'all know that case law right there, along with McCullough versus Souter. B, common purpose. In its third superseding indictment, the government alleged that the defendant, his employees, managers, bodyguards, drivers, personal assistants, and runners, and other members of his entourage constituted the enterprise for RICO purposes. According to the government, the purpose of the enterprise was to 1. Promote defendant's music and his brand. 2. Recruit women and girls to engage in illegal sexual activity with the defendant. And 3. Produce pornography, including child pornography. The government did not allege that the enterprise constituted a legal entity, but rather an association of individuals. Docket number 43, superseding indictment. As held in Satinwood Supra, for an association of individuals to constitute an enterprise, the individuals must share a common purpose to engage in a particular fraudulent course of conduct and work together to achieve such purposes. Wait, I do believe I have a video when they were antagonizing Azriel. I do have a video. No, I got screenshots of a person who slid under Azriel watch, who been under Azriel watch for a while, and became a mod on her channel. Let's continue. Thus, for the government to establish an enterprise here, it was required to prove that defendant, his employees, and entourage came together with the common purpose of recruiting women and girls to engage in illegal sexual activity and produce pornography, not merely the broader purpose of promoting defendant's music or brand. Assuming the defendant's employees and entourage did share a common objective of promoting defendant's music, that objective had no nexus to the underlying racketeering activity. And delicado, 865 F2D at 1384. Defendant did not go through all the trouble of becoming a world-famous R&B singer for the purpose of engaging in illegal sexual activity. Even if his job put him in proximity to women, the government cannot run the common purpose requirement by identifying a broad objective of the enterprise unrelated to any fraudulent activity with no nexus on the racketeering activity. The government's evidence of an enterprise was insufficient because it failed to establish that defendants' employees and entourage shared the common purpose of recruiting women to engage in illegal sexual activity. With defendant, that included creating pornography. Notably, the government does not define illegal sexual activity, but based on the predicate acts charged, the government contends that defendants' employees and entourage shared an objective of ensuring that defendant has had his sexual needs met by women, some but not all underage women, while at home and while traveling, was able to control these women to engage in sexual conduct the government deems abusive, was able to videotape his sexual activities with these women, and could expose his sexual partners to herpes. To be clear, the government contends that making sure that defendants' sexual needs were met was the objective of the enterprise, in addition to promoting his music and brand. Conceitedly, the government offered evidence that defendants' various employees carried out some tasks that related to connecting the defendant to women with whom he had a personal, even sexual, relationship, or with women whom he has interested in having a sexual relationship. These tasks included providing defendants' phone numbers to women who attended his concerts, inviting women to after parties, arranging for travel for defendants' female guests, and ordering food for those guests while they visited his property. However, the record is devoid of evidence that the members of the enterprise acted with the common objective of ensuring that defendant engaged in illegal sexual activity. It is true that RICO does not have a mens rea requirement beyond what is necessary for proving the predicate crimes. Brunner Corporation versus R.A. Brunner Company, 133 F3D 491495, 7th Circuit, 1998. But where the government's evidence of an enterprise centers on its claim that the associated, in fact, members shared the common purpose of ensuring defendants' illegal sexual activities, the government must offer some evidence that the members of the enterprise knew that their actions were promoting not just legal sexual activities, but illegal sexual activities and the production of pornography. Put in terms expressed in Satinwood, the government was required to show that the individuals who made up the enterprise shared a common purpose to engage in a fraudulent course of conduct. To share a purpose requires the members to agree on what that purpose is. Defendant is not claiming that each member of the enterprise must have possessed knowledge about every predicate act that the defendant is alleged to have committed. But But the government cannot prove a common purpose without showing that the members of the enterprise shared an understanding of what that purpose was, which, according to the government, was promoting illegal sexual activity and producing pornography. Despite its bullying tactics, the government came up short on evidence that all of the defendant's employees who made up this vague enterprise were working as a continuing unit to ensure defendant could engage not just in sex, but illegal sex. No employee testified that he or she understood that their purpose in the enterprise was to recruit underage women. nor did any member of the enterprise present any testimony that they had any knowledge about defendant's herpes diagnosis, that he practiced unsafe sex, or that he videotaped his sexual experiences. The government can point to no evidence that any employee possessed specific information about what precisely transpired in defendant's bedroom once he was alone with his female guest. Even if defendant's employees knew that defendant expected his guests to follow strict, even controlling rules, and possess recording devices like iPads and iPhones, it does not follow that the members of the enterprise share the goal of promoting illegal sexual activity. Y'all go take a break, a 30-second break. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Because we coming in. Hey, April. We coming in. Rob coming home. That's what I'm saying. We coming in with this paperwork and Rob coming home. Let's go. 10 seconds. Wow. Okay. All right. C. Enterprise distinct from racketeering activities. To the extent the government argues that its evidence showed that the members of the enterprise shared a common purpose and had knowledge of promoting the defendant's illegal sexual conduct, the government has failed to demonstrate that the purpose of the enterprise was distinct from the racketeering activities. United States versus Smith, 413 F3D 1253 1267, 10th Circuit, 2005. United States versus Keltner, 147 F3D 662 668, 8th Circuit, 1998. D. Person enterprise rule. Person enterprise rule. Let's go. Separately, the government was required to demonstrate that defendant was distinct from the enterprise. It is axiomatic that 1962C clearly envisions that the person and the enterprise will be distinct. Bennett 770 F2D at 315. This requirement focuses the section on the culpability party and recognizes that the enterprise itself is often a passive instrument or victim of the racketeering activity. ID. The United States Supreme Court has held that a RICO defendant must have participated in the conduct of the enterprise affairs, not just his own affairs. Uh-oh. What's going on, Ebony? How you doing? Not just his own affairs. Cedric Kushner Promotions, Ltd. versus King, 533 U.S. 158-163, 2001. For all of y'all that don't know what that is Don King's lawsuit. The government cannot plead its way around the distinctness requirement by simply alleging that the enterprise is defendants in a circle, and introduced a series of headshots of all the defendant's former employees as evidence of an enterprise. The enterprise, as alleged by the government, existed because of its goal to promote the defendant in his legal and alleged illegal sexual activities. It had no function unrelated to the defendant. Under this factual pattern, the distinctness requirement was not satisfied. But the government's RICO prosecution under this fact pattern is entirely unique. There is a dearth of factual analogous authority on this issue. That said, guidance offered in factual dissimilar cases leads to the clear conclusion that the government failed to prove an enterprise distinct from the defendant. In Riverwoods, Supra, The plaintiff Riverwoods Chappaqua Corporation Riverwoods claimed that through acts of extortion and mail fraud, the defendant Marine Midland Bank coerced Riverwoods to restructure loan agreements between Riverwoods and Westchester Federal Savings, later acquired by Marine Midland. Riverwoods 30 F3D at 341. Riverwoods purchased a property in Newcastle, New York to develop residential condominiums and obtained a loan from Westchester Federal Savings Bank made a that's 10 made up for that purpose. ID at 341 42. Marine Midland later acquired Westchester Federal Savings and inherited the loan agreement. According to Riverwoods, shortly after the acquisition, Marine Midland's officers made it clear that they intended to dishonor the existing agreement and that they engaged in extortive behavior to force Riverwoods to enter into a new loan agreement with terms more favorable to Marine Midland, ID at 342. In its complaint, Riverwoods alleged inter alia that through a pattern of racketeering activity, Marine Midland and two of its loan officers participated in the affairs of an association, in fact, enterprise known as the Restructuring Group, in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1962C. The Second Circuit reiterated that under the plain language of the statute, the RICO person must conduct the affairs of the RICO enterprise through a pattern of racketeering, and that the person and the enterprise referred to must be distinct. ID at 344. The court emphasized that a corporate entity may not be both the RICO person and the RICO enterprise, acknowledging that the distinctive requirement could be satisfied where there is partial overlap between the RICO person and the RICO enterprise, and that a defendant may be a RICO person and one of a number of members of the RICO enterprise. ID citing Cullen versus Maggiota, 811 FD 698. Okay. However, by alleging a RICO enterprise that consists merely of a corporate defendant associated with its own employees or agents carrying on the regular affairs of the defendant. Stop. I've been telling y'all about this, and Miss Bogine put it up there. I thank you for doing that, Miss Bogine. However, by alleging a RICO enterprise that consists merely of a corporate defendant, which means they made Robert a corporation. I told y'all the way they was playing with his name. Consists merely of a corporate defendant associated with its own employees or agents carrying on the regular affairs of the defendant. So how can he be the defendant and a corporate defendant at the same time? And for people who ain't know what JoJo was talking about, this is what he was talking about. A corporation cannot do business with a person. Facts. The distinctive requirement may not be circumvented. Finding that the Riverwoods had failed to prove the distinctive requirement, the Riverwoods court observed that because a corporation can only function through its employees and agents, any act of the corporation can be viewed as an act of such an enterprise, and the enterprise is in reality no more than the defendant itself. See also Britain versus Mobile Corp. Where employees of a corporation associate together to commit a pattern of predicate acts in the course of their employment and on behalf of the corporation. The employees in association with the corporation do not form an enterprise distinct from the corporation. ID. The Riverwoods court scoffed at the notion that the plaintiff seriously contended that the actions of the restructuring group were anything other than the activities of Marine Midland employees carrying out the business of that bank. The court reasoned. Both the allegations in the complaint and the proof at trial showed that the individual members of the restructuring group were employed by Marine Midland at the relevant times. Those employees were acting within the scope of their authority as officers of Marine Midland, and all of the actions taken by the restructuring group, such as negotiation and executing the restructured loan and exacting personal guarantees from Shapiro, were undertaken on behalf of Marine Midland and were directly related to the bank's business. ID at 345. The Second Circuit reached a similar conclusion in Discon Inc. versus Nynax Corp. That's that case law. Their Discon Inc. was a New York corporation whose primary business was to provide removal services to telephone companies. Discon argued that the defendant Nynax, a holding company that controls subsidiaries, Mecco and Nitel, collectively the Nynax defendants, conspired with AT&T Technologies to eliminate Discon from the market removal services by defrauding the public. ID at 1058. Discon sued the Nynax defendants for civil RICO, alleging that the Nynax group, which consisted of Nynax, Mecco, and Nitel, were three separate corporate persons that conducted. Wait a minute. Here we go. Discon sued the Nynax defendants for civil RICO, alleging that the Nynax group, which consisted of Nynax, Mecco, and Nitel, were three separate corporate persons. So can I ask you a question? If the companies are persons, why are you saying you're a person? Can we make this make sense? If the companies are three separate corporate persons, why are you walking around saying you're a person? Things that make you go, Think about that when you go to sleep tonight. That conducted the affairs of the Nynax Group enterprise through a number of illegal predicate acts. The Second Circuit observed. Wait a minute, come on. The Second Circuit observed that the distinctive requirement could not be circumvented by alleging a RICO enterprise that consists merely of a corporate defendant associated with its own employees or agents, carrying on the regular affairs of the defendant, ID relying on Riverwoods. The Second Circuit stated that we're employees of a corporation, associate together to commit a pattern of predicate acts in the course of their employment and on behalf of the corporation. The employees and associated with the corporation did not form an enterprise distinct from the corporation. ID. The court observed that, like the defendants in Riverwoods, Nynax, Mecco, and Nitel operated within a unified corporate structure, and even though they were legally separate entities, the relationship between Nynax, Mecco, and Nitel was not substantially different from that between the loan offices and Riverwoods in comparison to the bank. ID at 1064. In both cases, the individual defendants were acting within the scope of single corporate structure, guided by a single corporate consciousness. ID. See also Atkinson versus Anadarko, Bank and Trust. Okay. Applying the rules for the foregoing cases, the government failed to prove an enterprise distinct from the defendant by alleging a RICO enterprise that consists of defendant and his own employees, agents, carrying on his own affairs, namely promoting his brand, his music, and his sexual needs. The government fails to satisfy the distinctiveness requirement. Put differently, because the government alleged that defendants' employees associated together for no purpose other than to carry out defendants' needs. including his illegal sexual activity. The employees did not form an enterprise distinct from defendant. Defendant and the alleged enterprise were one and the same. Let's take a break. Let's take a little 30-second break. Okay, come on, because we at E. Whew. Let's see where this take us at. Let's see how much more we got. Lord have mercy. We at E. We at 12. Hold on, let's see. We at E. Where that's at? 13. We only right here in 13. And let's see how much more we got. We got to go to 63. And we only at 13. So we're going to break this up. We're going to break this up. We're going to break this up. And we're going to break this up for 2 days. This is a lot. And I will not make y'all sit here like that. Especially with it being 10 p.m. So, if y'all want me to keep going, say keep going. But when y'all get tired, y'all let me know. Hey, Coretta, I've been shaking the trees and chasing that situation. I'm telling you, this is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, past that. Common purpose, past that. Okay, that's where I'm at. Enterprise distinct. No, I'm past that. I'll read it again. Yep, I'm past that. See? Okay. The government failed to prove that the so-called enterprise's activities affected interstate commerce. Let's go. To sustain a conviction for racketeering, the government must offer proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged racketeering activity affected interstate commerce. 18 U.S.C. 1962A through C, Section 1962C. Declares that it is illegal for any person employed by or associated with any enterprise engaged in or the activities of which affect interstate or foreign commerce to conduct or participate directly or indirectly in the conduct of such enterprise affairs through a pattern of racketeering activity. This provision anchors the act to Article 1 congressional power by incorporating and affecting interstate commerce requirement. The United States Supreme Court has determined that an enterprise is engaged in commerce when it is directly engaged in the production, distribution, and or acquisition of goods or services in interstate commerce. United States versus Robertson, 514 U.S. 669 672 1995. However, consistent with the liberal construction clause of the RICO Act, some courts have held that the racketeering activity of the enterprise need only have a de minimis effect on interstate commerce. This court instructed this jury, consistent with the view that the government need only to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that the enterprise had a minimum effect on interstate commerce. Docket number 117-1, jury charge. This court further instructed the jury that it is not necessary for the government to prove that the individual racketeering acts themselves affected interstate or foreign commerce. Rather, it is the enterprise and its activities considered in their entirety that must be shown to have had that effect. No source was provided for this specific statement of law. Assuming the government was only required to prove that the enterprise had a de minimis effect on interstate commerce. The government failed to establish that element by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, because the existence of the enterprise in this case hinges on the specific activity of promoting defendant's illegal sexual activity rather than promoting his music. The government was required to prove that those racketeering acts affected interstate commerce. Courts have held that to satisfy RICO, only the enterprise and not the predicate acts themselves must affect interstate commerce. However, that is only where there a nexus between the objective of the enterprise and the charged racketeering activities. While the government may and did argue that defendant's activities centered around promoting and performing his music affected interstate commerce, the charged racketeering acts are untethered to those activities. The government cannot end run the affecting commerce requirement by claiming an economic purpose of the enterprise that has no connection to the charged racketeering activities. The government's ability to prove an enterprise turns on its claim that the purpose of the enterprise was to promote defendants' illegal sexual activities and create pornography, albeit for his own personal use. Thus, the government does have to prove that those activities affected interstate commerce. Defendants' alleged conduct of engaging in sexual activities with young women under the age of 18, exposing adult women to herpes, and or videotaping his sexual activities with individuals under the age of 18 cannot be said to have any impact on interstate commerce. Indeed, the de minimis effect approach here amounts to an unconstitutional extension of Congress' commerce power, and it's contrary to RICO's distinctively economic legislative history. It is beyond debate that the legislative history and the congressional findings accompanying the act reflect Congress' prevailing concern with the negative economic impacts of criminal infiltration into legitimate businesses. Some scholars have argued that eradicating criminal infiltration of legitimate businesses' activities was the act's only purpose. Gerald E. Lynch, RICO, The Crime of Being a Criminal, 87, column L, revision 666 N22, 1987. Admittedly, the Supreme Court in Turkett sanctioned the application of RICO to non-infiltrations when it held that a RICO enterprise may be a wholly illegitimate organization. Scholars have observed that Turkett marked an expansion in RICO prosecutions. D'Angelo Frank note, turf wars, street gangs, and the outer limits of RICO's affecting commerce requirement. 76 Fordham, L. Revision 2075-2084, March 2008. D'Angelo writes, the first wave of expansion extended RICO in the areas of government and corporate corruption. During the 1980s, federal prosecutors used RICO to prosecute corrupt corporate officers, state officials, and judges. A second wave saw prosecutors use RICO to prosecute violent gangs. Until the late 1980s, murder was really prosecuted in federal court. But since then, federal prosecutors have used RICO to bring down murderous motorcycle gangs, white supremacist groups, and ethnic street gangs. Citations omitted. As D'Angelo points out, in most of these types of cases, RICO's commerce requirement was easily satisfied, i.d. in all of those scenarios, an economic motive was driving the racketeering activities. In contrast, here the alleged enterprise in this case had the objective of ensuring that defendant's sexual desires were satisfied. There was no economic motive driving these activities. Now we at F. Take a 30-second break. I'm about to go get something to drink, and we'll be back.
I admit it, I did it. They took my gift and they blind me. Where the fuck is my money? Now here come this big ass conspiracy. I still got my fans, that's a blessing. Listen to heaven, just stay on my grind, and that's 24/7. And I know my mama Joanne is smiling down on me. I put that on reverend. Been a grown man since age 11. Mine on the guap since 7. Rest in peace to my homie Kevin. I admit it, I admit it. I admit it, I did it. I admit it, I did. I admit it, I did it. I admit I'm a freak. Used to go to strip clubs every week. But who these niggas trying to say I am? Man, I'm not, and I put that on chief. I admit I fuck with all the ladies. That's both older and young ladies. But tell me how they call it pedophile because of that shit, that's crazy. You may have your opinions, entitled to your opinions. But really, am I supposed to go to jail or lose my career because your opinion? Yeah, go ahead and stone me. Point your finger at me. Turn the world against me. But only God can mute me. I admit that I fired some people. I admit that I hired new people. I admit that those people I fired on my mama was crooked ass people. I admit that I don't own my music. I admit that I will on my music. Want it back, but they don't wanna do it. What the fuck, nigga? I wrote that music. I did that bump and grind. I did that 12 play. I did that fed up. I changed the damn game. So I deserve me a fair play. So put some respect on my damn name. Now Wendy Williams mad with me, but I ain't never offer her no drink. But I admit that she asked me, can I get a little Hennessy? Then we both turned off our phones. We drink, I smoke, we talk. And I admit that I told it all. From my good points to my faults. She said, what about Ali? I said, love. She said, what about the tape? I said, hush. I said, my lawyer said, don't say none. But I can tell you I've been set up. I admitted how ever since the first day that without knowing I signed my publishing away. I admitted I was young and caught up, so blind, yeah. Said I had dyslexia and couldn't read all them contracts, yeah. And now the truth in this message is I'm a broke ass legend. The only reason I stay on tour is cause I gotta pay my rent. I never thought that it would come to this, to being the most disrespected artist. So I had to write a song about it, cause they always take my words and twist it. Believe me, it's hard to admit all this, but I'm in my feelings about this shit. But I had to set the fucking record straight. So I admit it, I admit it. I admit it, I did it. I admit it, I did. I admit it, I did it. I admit I love Steve Harvey, John Legend and Tom Joyner. They're doing good in their lives right now. Why would they wanna tear down another brother? Women show black men some love, cause black men, we go through enough. How can we get up off the ground when we steady tearing each other down? I admit that the devil is busy, and some people beside me ain't with me. I admit that I'm gonna do this music up until the Lord come get me. Now, I admit a family member touched me. Touch me, touch me, touch me. From a child to the age 14. While I laid asleep, took my virginity. So scared to say something, so I just put the blame on me. Now here I am and I'm trying my best to be honest. Cause there's forces out there trying to keep me from being an artist. I admit I'm at rock bottom, and this shit has rocked my mind. I'm calling on my hood, come walk by my side. They don't want me to shine. Women's group, my God. Now don't get it twisted, I do support them, but why they wanna bring down the art? Damn, this is breaking my heart. Cause from fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, I'm a part of the music culture. Spotify took me off their playlist. I admit that I've been underrated. I'm not convicted, not arrested, but drag my name in the dirt. All this work to be successful when you abandon me cause of what you heard. I admit I am not perfect. I never said I was perfect. Say I'm abusing these women. What the fuck, that's some absurd shit.
All right, let's go. Let's go. F, the government's proof did not establish a pattern of racketeering. Oh boy, these Georgia peaches sweet tea is so good. Not a lot of sugar, just the right honey, just the right peach. Let's go. F, the government's proof did not establish a pattern of racketeering. The government must also demonstrate a pattern of racketeering activity by proving, at a minimum, 2 predicate racketeering acts that occurred within 10 years of one another. See 18 U.S.C. 1961, 1 and 5. Proof of 2 predicate acts is not sufficient to satisfy its burden of proof. The government must also show that the racketeering acts are related to each other and to the enterprise, and together pose a threat of continuing criminal activity. H.J. Inc. versus N.W. Bell Telephone Company. You see the case law. Also, Rich versus Lopez. Predicate acts must bear a relationship to each other that manifests the continuity required to prove a pattern. United States versus Pizziona. All right. And applicable to perpetrators of isolated or sporadic criminal acts. Criminal conduct only forms a pattern if it embraces criminal acts that are related. And Delicado 865 F 2D at 1383. Focusing on the relatedness requirement that predicate crimes must be related both to each other, term horizontal relatedness, and to the enterprise as a whole, term vertical relatedness. Rich 858F. See also United States versus Daydon 471F. Horizontal relatedness can be shown through predicate acts that have the same or similar purposes, results, participants, victims, or methods of commission, or otherwise are interrelated by distinguishing characteristics and are not isolated events. Excuse me, HJ Inc. 492 US at 240. Okay. Where the enterprise in question is not primarily in the business of racketeering activity. Hold on, what's going on? Y'all can't see it? What's going on with this? Take that off. There we go. There we go. Okay. You Feel Me said, I believe Kells need to get out of Chicago. Chicago is a black hole for black stars and entertainers. Nothing but snakes and double talk and backstabbing black people here. Wow. And You Feel Me is in Chicago. Wow. Big Vi, I like what you just said, brother. I like what he just said. He said, shout out to everyone who believed in Kel's innocence and stayed down. Kimberly said, the prosecutors are nothing but professional extortionists, right? All he need around him is DanaJay. Is a real for R. Kelly. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh man, I appreciate that one. I appreciate that one. All right. I gotta see, somebody sent me something. Oh, wait a minute. Don is 47 years old. Oh yeah, he's definitely the unusual suspect. Thank you so much, Ms. Monica. Wow. Oh my God. This is crazy. Thank you so much, Ms. Monica. I appreciate it. Oh my God, man. This is really wild. This is really wild. So let's continue. Inapplicable perpetrators of isolated and or sporadic criminal acts. Criminal conduct only forms a pattern if it embraces criminal acts that are related, and that's in Delico. And that's in Delico 865F. Okay. I talk about it. Okay. Where the enterprise is questioned is not primarily in the business of racketeering activity. Predicate acts must be related to each other and the con for a RICO case to proceed. Vertical relatedness requires only that the defendant was enabled to commit the offense solely because of his position in the enterprise, of his involvement in or control over the enterprise affairs, or because the offense related to the activities of the enterprise. Stop. That's why I kept saying, people, when Don Russell hit the platform, leave. Because the first thing he gonna say is Rob told him to do that. And if y'all going along with it, that constitutes an enterprise. Because now he have 2 or more people that's listening to him and that's willing to carry out what he's telling him to do. Primarily, he's saying Rob telling him to do that. Make it make sense. Hey, Lowdown. With regard to the continuing, with regards to the continuity requirement, continuity requirement, the government must present evidence regarding the timing and temporal scope of the alleged racketeering acts to demonstrate either closed or open-ended continuity. I never knew that. Rich 858F. Wow. Criminal activity that occurred over a long period of time in the past has closed-ended continuity, regardless of whether it may extend not the future. Closed-ended continuity is primarily a temporal concept that requires that the predicate crimes extend over a substantial period of time. Okay? In contrast, the criminal activity that by its nature projects into the future with a threat of repetition possesses open-ended continuity, and that can be established in several ways. Some crimes may be by their very nature a future threat, i.e., when the business of an enterprise is primarily unlawful. The continuity of the enterprise itself projects criminal activity into the future. Similarly, criminal activity is continuous when the predicate acts were the regular way of operating that business, even if the business itself is a primarily lawful ID. The government failed to demonstrate a pattern of racketeering activity because it offered insufficient evidence of most of the predicate acts, and the charge acts lack sufficient relatedness and continuity. okay, I got something for Team Truth. Got something for Team Truth. If the government failed to demonstrate a pattern of racketeering activity because it offered insufficient evidence of most of the predicate acts and the charge acts lack sufficient relatedness and continuity. So, with that being said, I got a question. When Larry said that they didn't count what he did and stuff that he turned in, could it have been that they knew the whole time that the government failed to demonstrate a pattern of racketeering? And they didn't count what Larry was doing, as they say, and as he say, but they didn't count it because they couldn't link all the patterns together. Things that make you go, That's just something that just came to my mind. So basically, a lot of the people on the internet were catfish for no reason. They were saying, oh, Larry, the reason why this and this, and the whole time he lied to get people emotions stirred up and to keep confusion going when he knew the whole time his stuff wasn't counted. That's a good psychology strategy when you want to divide, conquer, and separate. I have to give it to them. They did a good job on that. So, Racketeering Act 1, robbery. The government failed to prove Racketeering Act 1, whereas insufficient evidence existed to prove that defendant caused Demetrius Smith to pay a public aid employee $500 to secure identification for Jane Doe number 1, Aaliyah. Ain't that's what they run with? Let's see what Jennifer Bongine had to say. Despite blatant strong arming by the government, Smith's testimony was inconsistent and vague about whether the defendant was even present during any discussions about paying money to bribe someone for the fraudulent identification. Stop. Put it down, flip it, and reverse it. Despite blatant strong arming by the government, Smith's testimony was inconsistent and vague about whether the defendant was even present during any discussions about paying money to bribe someone for the fraudulent identification. So this right here destroys Okove's whole argument about obstruction and about him paying somebody. Wait, they said he don't even know if he was there. So how can he pay somebody if the defendant was or was not even present? Demetrius Smith, exactly, Prima. Demetrius Smith's testimony proved nothing other than one thing. Can y'all go buy the book? Smith consistently testified that he discussed the prospect of bribing someone to obtain the fake identification with Daryl McDavid. Oh, wait. You mean, Miss Bogine, you mean to tell me that no matter what was said and how it came out with Daryl McDavid, that they still charge Robert? So Daryl McDavid and Robert are the same person, Miss Bogine? So Smith consistently testified that he discussed the prospect of bribing someone to obtain the fake identification with Daryl McDavid, not Robert Kelly. R745. Smith did not obtain any money from the defendant. Oh, wait a minute. Miss Bogine, they're going to hate you for this, okay? They're going to hate you. I just want to let you know. Miss Bogine, if you need a bodyguard that's licensed in all 50 states, I'm the guy. I'm the guy for you. So It clearly says Smith did not obtain any money from the defendant and did not recall discussing it with him, although he allowed that he might have. For the people in the back that's slow, I'm going to read it again. Smith did not obtain any money from the defendant and did not recall discussing it with him, although he allowed that he might have. R719. Whenever Smith failed to testify precisely as the government wanted, he was refreshed with his prior statements, not because he needed refreshing, but as a clear reminder that if he contradicted himself, he could be charged as a co-conspirator. Do y'all hear that? I'm going to say it again. Whenever Smith, Demetrius Smith that is, failed to testify precisely as the government wanted, he was refreshed with his prior statements, not because he needed refreshing, but as a clear reminder that if he contradicted himself, he could be charged as a co-conspirator. That type of bullying pervaded Smith's examination and suggested that Smith's testimony may have been pressured by the government. After the subject matter had been discussed numerous times throughout Smith's testimony, the AUSA asked the following on redirect. Question: when you spoke to the group, as you testified on direct examination, when you spoke to the group about acquiring a state ID from the welfare office, Aaliyah for money, the defendant was there, right? The answer: I'm pretty sure. I think so, but I'm not. I'm just not positive. Even if I said it before, I'm just not positive. I just don't see that in my head right now. Wait a minute, Demetrius, wait a minute, Demetrius, hold on. Hey, Johnny, hold up, Johnny, hold on, wait, hold up, Johnny, hold up, Johnny. I just need to put this over here for a second. All right, now I can play around with some functions real quick. His answer: I'm pretty sure. Wait. I'm pretty sure. I think so, but I'm not. I'm just not positive. Even if I said it before, I'm just not positive. I just don't see that in my head right now.
What?
Right, that part right there.
What?
How can you not see it in your head? Okay. Not satisfied with that answer, the AUSA asked Smith again whether defendant was present when there was any discussion about a robbery. Despite his clear concern of facing legal repercussions for his testimony, Smith declared, I don't remember if Robert was there.
What?
If I said he was there before, I'm not changing that story to change the story. I'm just going back and I'm just trying. I don't see it in my head. Robert next to me. Demetrius need help. Demetrius need help. No rational juror could conclude that this less than convincing testimony provided proof beyond a reasonable doubt that defendant caused Smith to tender money to the public aid officer. Even if the evidence showed that the defendant turned to Smith for assistance in facilitating his marriage to Aaliyah, the offense of robbery requires proof that defendant at least knew of Smith's intent to bribe a public official and facilitate in the robbery in some way. The record is devoid of evidence that defendant knew how Smith obtained the identification or facilitated Smith in obtaining the identification. Excuse me. As far as defendant knew, Smith obtained the identification from a friend who worked in a public aid office without Smith's unequivocal testimony that defendant was part of the planning process of obtaining the fraudulent identification. The evidence was insufficient to sustain the robbery offense. Furthermore, Racketeering Act 1 robbery lacks both vertical and horizontal relatedness. It was an isolated offense having no connection to the other charged acts or to the purpose of the enterprise itself. Indeed, as discussed supra, the record simply fails to show that in 1994, any enterprise existed that had a common purpose of facilitating defendants' sexual desire for minors. That kills Oak Cove and Team Truth whole argument that he was after minors. Hey, wait. Hey, the Truth, are you out there? I thought you said that it's known in Chicago that he's after minors. But it says the record simply fails to show that in 1994, any enterprise existed that had a common purpose of facilitating defendants' sexual desire for minors. I mean, is it me or are y'all hearing this and reading it at the same time? So, hey, Atmos, hey, Robert Keller, you're still room on a dream team if y'all want to come over and jump ship now. It sounds like y'all ship sailing, bro. Oh, man.
What?
Whoa, my God. Okay, let's finish. Smith testified at length that he had no idea that defendant was involved in any type of sexual relationship with Aaliyah. Wait, huh? Smith testified at length that he had no idea that defendant was involved in any type of sexual relationship with Aaliyah or any other young woman. Stop right there. Demetra Smith, I'm glad you said that. You want me to tell you why? Because that even kills Sylvia's argument that she only did it to help Robert because he told her that Aaliyah slept with Robert. Well, that's not what he told the federal government, so that means that you was tampering with a federal goddamn witness. Man, this motion is exposing everybody. Well, Smith was certainly part of defendant's close circle of confidants, but the mere identification of a group of people who work for the defendant does not an enterprise make. Work for the defendant does not an enterprise make. Okay. Smith did not testify about any other conduct in which he engaged to advance the alleged purpose of the enterprise. Smith's conduct was nothing more than a singular event, that bore no connection to the purpose of the enterprise, which did not exist in any event, and which bears no connection to the other racketeering acts. Furthermore, because the act did not occur within 10 years of any other predicate act that was sufficiently proven, the act is time barred. Racketeering Act 1 was not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Racketeering Act 2, sexual exploitation of a child, Stephanie. Y'all go get something to drink. We got 30 seconds and then we back on. Man, if these folks can touch this Lipton, Georgia iced tea peach kind, man, this thing a violation of humankind, boy. This thing is a violation. I should have bought 2 cases of this because I'm going to go through this. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Only thing I can say, man, this is going to be crazy. Let's go. I'm ready if you ready. Dream Team, are we ready? Let's go. Racketeering Act 2, sexual exploitation of a child, Stephanie. The government failed to prove Racketeering Act 2, that is, sexual exploitation of Stephanie, where it offered insufficient evidence that defendant used, employed, persuaded, induced, or enticed Stephanie to take part in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction. The government contends that on a single occasion prior to her 18th birthday, defendant had sexual relations with Stephanie at his studio in Chicago, Illinois, and recorded the episode on a video camera. The government cannot produce the video. Wait a minute. The government cannot produce the video or the camera on which it was allegedly recorded. To be clear, the defendant is alleged to have recorded a legal and seamlessly consensual sex act under the law of the state of Illinois that was only a violation of 18 U.S.C. 2251A because Stephanie was not 18 years of age. Stop. Where is the 101 million thousand trillion devices? Atmos, I thought they had the video. Robert Keller, I thought they had the video. I thought DanaJay was lying when he said in court they did not have the video. I thought Hollywood Next was lying when they said they didn't have the video. Y'all know I'm going in. You know what? I was going to wait. I'm going to read all this tonight. I'm going all 63 tonight. So all of y'all that hang, we hanging. Because this is killing me. But the government cannot produce the video or the camera on which it was allegedly recorded.
What?
To be clear, the defendant is alleged to have recorded a legal and seemingly consensual sex act, under the law of the state of Illinois that was only a violation of 18 U.S.C. 2251A because Stephanie was not 18 years of age. To demonstrate the defendant committed sexual exploitation of a child pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 2251A, it is not enough for Stephanie to simply allege that defendant recorded sexually explicit conduct. Stephanie offered no testimony that proved that defendant used, persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced her into sexually explicit conduct. Stephanie had an ongoing sexual relationship with defendant before the video recording incident and after the video recorded incident, although she described those sexual experiences in hindsight as humiliating. It does not follow that defendant did anything to persuade, induce, entice, or coerce her into the sexual activity that was recorded. In fact, Stephanie admits that defendant called her on the phone and told her that he was picking her up and that he wanted to make a video of us having sex and that he would be there shortly. Robert 1643. To which Stephanie responded, okay. There goes a lawsuit. Although Stephanie clearly regrets this decision, her own testimony shows that defendant did nothing but tell her he wanted to videotape them having sex, and she agreed. The government must prove that defendant did something more than just film the sexually explicit conduct. If the act of filming or recording alone was sufficient to sustain the charge, Congress would not have included a requirement that the defendant employ, persuade, induce, entice, or coerce. Wow. Furthermore, the government failed to prove that defendant acted with a purpose of producing a visual depiction of that conduct, although the jury was erroneously charged that the government could sustain the charge by proving that the purpose was transmitting a visual depiction. The statute requires something different. Indeed, producing is defined by the statute as producing, directing, manufacturing, issuing, publishing, and advertising, 18 U.S.C. 22563, while the statute also prohibits the transmission of live visual depictions. Defendant was not charged with transmitting a live visual depiction, and there is no evidence that he did. Lastly, the party's stipulation that the film used in VHS tapes was a type of film that was not produced in Illinois is insufficient to prove by a reasonable doubt that the conduct was recorded on a device made in a foreign country or affected interstate commerce. Accordingly, the government failed to prove Racketeering Act 2 by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Racketeering Act 5, Mann Act violation, Geronda. Number 3. Y'all, you know what? We're going to do an intermission because this going to be good. This going to be good.
They brainwashed, really? Kidnapped, really? Can't eat, really?
Go get your snacks or something.
Shit sounds silly. And if you really, really want to know, her father dropped her off in my show and told his boy to put her on the stage. I admit that she was overage. I admit that I was feeling her, and I admit that she was feeling me. I admit that that's just some shit that come with being a celebrity. I ain't chasing these ladies now. These ladies are chasing me, yeah. And I'm only saying all this shit cause how they tryna play me, yeah. I admit that this is no disrespect to the parents, but this is my advice to you cause I'm also a parent. Don't push it in my face and tell me that it's okay, cause your agenda is to get paid and get mad when it don't go your way. I know y'all look at me like I don't go through things, but
no, that's what I wasn't ready.
I know it's hard sometimes, but try to keep in mind.
Let's go.
I'm human.
Get y'all snacks.
Fuck all the fortune and fame, forget the name. I'm a human. I can't believe all the under the table shit they doing. I'm tired of fingers pointed at me. I'm tired of all this weight on me. I'm tired of everybody want a piece of me. Shit, I'm not an ATM machine.
I'm coming, Elizabeth. I'm coming. This is the big one, Elizabeth.
How can I win if I can't win with truth? Got a couple of dead homies that I promised I would make it out this shit. And I know that God's hands is on me, nigga. I'm gonna make it out this shit. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. And I claim it. The storm's over. I admit I talked to Miss McGlynn.
That's right, Willie.
FYI, that's my second mother. I admit that I asked her, how am I gonna get the world off my
Hey, Miss Shirley. We miss you, Miss Shirley.
Don't you lose it.
I know I do. And I know everybody else do.
They can say what they say, but at the end of the day, they cannot deny your music. Cause your music
Mission, what's up?
People, it inspired all people overseas, everywhere.
You went to snatch the fruit cup. Come on. You got your nachos? Okay.
And that's why these haters is at you. So just keep on doing you, baby. You don't have to give these fools an explanation. I admit it, I made it. I admit it, I did it. I admit it, I did.
Prima, and you got one of your cakes?
What's the definition of a cult? What's the definition of a sex slave?
All right, Robert, hold on. And we know you mad, Robert. Hold on, but you coming home. Racketeering Act 5. Mann Act violation. Some people call her Jahonda, but her real name is Geronda. Oh, shucks. This is what everybody wanted to see. What did Jennifer Bojin have to say? Oh my God! What did Jennifer Bojin had to say? I'm trying to get everybody, but Jennifer, she always got kicks. Okay, I'm on a diet. I'm drinking water. Okay, but Prima got them cakes, boy. Them cakes that's moist. That means, you know what I mean? But I never heard a cake that sound like macaroni and cheese. But look, let's go. I ain't gonna get into that. My mouth won't get watery. I'm gonna get mad again. We ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that. Hey, Miss Shirley, Rose Key said, all right, let's get into it. Racketeering Act 5, Mann Act violation, Geronda. The government failed to prove Racketeering Act 5, where there was insufficient evidence that defendant, 1, used a facility of interstate commerce to knowingly persuade, induce, entice, or coerce Geronda to engage in sexual activity that violated Illinois law, and that 2, defendant knowingly committed and prohibited sexual activity. 2, obtain a conviction under 2422B. The government must show that the defendant, 1, used a facility of interstate commerce. 2, to knowingly persuade, induce, or entice. 3, any individual who is younger than 18 years old. 4, to engage in sexual activity of a criminal nature. United States versus Brand 467F, and y'all know the rest. First, the government did not prove that defendant used a facility of interstate commerce to persuade Geronda to engage in aggravated criminal sexual abuse between May 2009 and January 2010. Defendant contends that purely interstate use of cell phones does not constitute use of a facility of interstate commerce. United States versus Lopez 514 U.S. 549. Gonzalez v. Rich versus Rich 545 United States 12005. There are limits on Congress' powers to create federal criminal prohibitions on traditionally stated, regulated spheres of non-economic activity. But see, United States government versus Giordano. Okay, that's all that is right there. Okay, that's all that is. Wait a minute. Okay. Even if purely interstate use of cell phones constituted use of a facility of interstate commerce, the government's evidence that defendant called Geronda on a telephone is not sufficient proof that he used a facility of interstate commerce, a cell phone, according to the government, to knowingly induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Geronda to come to Olympia Fields to engage in prohibited sexual activity. The government provided no text exchanges showing that defendant used any words to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce, nor did Geronda testify that during any telephone conversation or on any text messages did defendant use words for the purpose of inducing, persuading, entice, or coercing her to come to his home or studios for prohibited sexual activities. Under the plain reading of the statute, there must be a nexus between the use of the cell phone and the words of persuasion, enticement, or coercion to satisfy a 2422B violation. For example, if defendant called Geronda and invited her to a party at his home, and then once there he coerced her into prohibited sexual activity, that does not constitute a Mann Act violations pursuant 2422B. Since the defendant did not use the facility of interstate commerce, the cell phone, to coerce or induce her into the prohibited sexual activity, use of the cell phone for some unknown communication coupled with a subsequent prohibited sex act is not sufficient to establish a violation of 2422B. Lastly, if defendant really believed that Geronda was 17 when they engaged in sexual activity and that belief was reasonable, then he would not be guilty of aggravated criminal sexual abuse. Robert 4351. Taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, no reasonable juror could conclude that defendant knew that Geronda was 16 years old when they allegedly engaged in sexual activity between May 2009 and January 2010. Geronda turned 17 years old in April 2010. Government's Exhibit 70, which depicts a photo of Geronda, would fail to put any reasonable person on notice that she was 16 years old rather than 17 years old. The record reflects that Geronda habitually, Old Cove, that Geronda habitually lied about her age. When she was 15 years old, she befriended a 23-year-old woman with whom she would attend defendant's Illinois State Court appearances in 2008. To gain access to those court appearances, Geronda had to demonstrate that she was 18 years of age, presumably by showing an identification. After using her older connections to get invited to a party at defendant's home in Olympia Fields, she sought out the defendant and falsely told him that she was 19 years old. To be clear, there is no evidence that defendant sought out Geronda. Okay. Geronda impulsively claims that after going through all the trouble of lying about her age to get close to the defendant and pass his security team, she decided to disclose her true age of 16 immediately. After their first sexual encounter, Geronda claims that defendant was indifferent to her age and continued to engage in sexual relations with her until January 2010. The government's evidence fails painfully short of proving that defendant did not reasonably believe that Geronda was 17 years old at the time of their alleged sexual activities. The government allegedly recovered a copy of Geronda's fake ID and birth certificate in a storage facility purported belonging to defendant, rather than reach the obvious conclusion that Geronda provided a fake ID to defendant's security team to gain access to the home. The government alleges that the defendant or someone in his inner circle went through the trouble of altering her ID and photocopying it. No rational juror could conclude that defendant engaged in sexual activities with Geronda with the understanding that she was not of legal consenting age. Number 4, Racketeering Act 6, forced labor, Geronda again. Let's go. No rational juror could conclude, based on the evidence adduced at trial, that defendant knowingly obtained or agreed to obtain any labor or services from Geronda on January 23rd, 2010. A conviction of forced labor under 18 U.S.C. 1589 requires the government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant obtained the labor or services of another person through inter alia, threats of serious harm, and 3, the defendant act knowingly United States versus Marcus, 487, F supported, 387, 310, Eastern District of New York, 2007. The language by means of contained in the forced labor statute, 18 U.S.C. 1589A, requires the government to establish a causal link between the labor and services provided by the person and the threat of a serious harm, ID, serious harm, for purposes of 1589A2 is defined as A, any harm, whether physical or non-physical, including psychological, financial, or reputational harm that is sufficiently serious under all the surrounding circumstances to compel a reasonable person of the same background and in the same circumstances to perform or to continue to performing labor or service in order to avoid incurring that harm. Mukera versus Al-Rawolf. Section 1589 is intended to address serious trafficking or cases where traffickers threaten harm to third persons, restrain their victims without physical violence or injury, or threaten dire consequences by means other than overt violence. ID, the harm or threat of harm considered from the vantage point of a reasonable person in the place of the victim must be sufficiently serious to compel that person to remain in her condition of servitude when she otherwise would have left, meaning she could have left anytime she wanted. Part of a fair reading of statutory texts is recognizing that Congress legislates against the backdrop of certain unexpressed presumptions. United States versus Tovave? Okay. Section 1589, the forced labor statute, was passed to implement the 13th Amendment's prohibition against slavery or involuntary servitude. United States versus Toev. Congress intended to reach cases in which persons are held in a condition of servitude through nonviolent coercion, as well as through physical or legal coercion. That's Mukera 850F. According to the government, on an isolated date in January 2010, defendant violated the forced labor statute by using threats of violence to obtain labor, an act of oral sex from Geronda. The forced labor statute was not intended to reach isolated conduct like that described by Geronda. Accepting the government's evidence in its best light, Geronda described an isolated incident in which the defendant allegedly assaulted her because he was angry, because he was angry that she was on her phone and did not properly acknowledge him when he entered the room. Geronda claimed that defendant slapped and choked her because he didn't believe that I was texting a friend and he got mad about it. R176. Geronda testified that after the purported assault, he sat down with defendant in the VIP room and he instructed her to perform oral sex on him. Geronda complied with the instruction. Geronda did not testify that defendant threatened her. Geronda did not testify that the defendant threatened her. Larry, that kills your argument that he threatened Geronda. Thank you so much, Nikki. Forced her or even demanded that she give him oral sex. Geronda did not claim that she feared defendant would assault her again if she declined the request. Geronda then left defendant's home and never came back. The government did not establish a causal link between the isolated act of oral sex and any threat of physical evidence. Any physical violence that occurred during the episode in January 2010 preceded Geronda providing oral sex to defendant. Geronda's testimony simply does not lead to the reasonable inference. Thank you so much, Olivero. Geronda Geronda providing oral sex to defendant. Geronda's testimony simply does not lead to the reasonable inference that she gave defendant oral sex because she feared physical violence. Geronda did not claim that defendant used any words suggesting she would suffer an assault if she did not provide him with oral sex, nor did she claim that she feared another assault if she refused his request for oral sex. Geronda did not even testify that she did not want to give defendant oral sex. Wow. As troubling as Geronda's story may be, the government still must prove the elements of the crime of forced labor by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It would not have taken much for Geronda to make the casual link between the act of oral sex and her fear of physical assault by the defendant. But she simply did not provide, thank you so much, God's gift, but she simply did not provide that testimony, absent clear expression of congressional intent. Courts should resist the urge to transform the forced labor statute to cover the circumstances alleged in Racketeering Act 6, which bear virtually no resemblance to those paradigmatic forced labor cases and their victims. CETOVAVE 761F. Okay, let's see. Okay. Geronda came and went as she pleased. Oh, okay. Wait. Stop. Surviving R. Kelly. I thought y'all said that he had these people locked up. It clearly say Geronda came and went as she pleased, even if defendant prohibited her from wandering his property at will. Defendant did not force Geronda into a condition of servitude through threats of physical force and an isolated example of oral sex with an alleged abusive act is just not forced labor. We going to number 5. Racketeering Act 7. We going number 5. Racketeering Act 7. Sexual exploitation of a child. Geronda. The government failed to prove Racketeering Act 7, that is sexual exploitation of Geronda. According to Geronda, during her 6-month sexual relationship with the defendant, he recorded her with a Canon video camera and on an iPhone. The government produced no images or metadata corroborating this claim. Uh-oh, wait a minute. That's the second time. That's the second time. That's the second time. Thank you, Low Underwood. That's the second time, y'all. The government produced no images or metadata corroborating this claim. Stop. You know what Old Cove gonna say? It's all in Chicago. Everything is in Chicago. Wait. So if everything is in Chicago, how can you find them guilty in New York? Because if it was present, they would have used it in New York, just like they trying to do the people that testified against them in New York. They used them in Chicago. So why didn't they use that in New York? Things that make you go, Rather, the government contends that evidence that defendant owned a Canon video camera and had an iPhone that had the ability to video is sufficient evidence to establish the elements of the offense. The government failed to prove that defendant used, employed, persuaded, induced, or enticed Geronda to take part in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction to demonstrate that defendant committed sexual exploitation of a child pursuant to 18 USC 2251A. It is not enough for Geronda to simply allege that defendant recorded sexually explicit conduct. Geronda's testimony was insufficient to prove that defendant used, persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced her into sexually explicit conduct. According to Geronda, she had an ongoing sexual relationship with defendant before defendant allegedly video recorded her. A relationship that defendant would have no reason to believe was prohibited since Geronda misrepresented her age. Although Geronda describes those sexual experiences in hindsight as humiliating, it does not follow the defendant It does not follow that defendant did anything to persuade, induce, entice, or coerce her into the sexual activity that was recorded. The government must prove that defendant did something more than just film the sexual explicit conduct. If the act of filming or recording alone was sufficient to sustain the charge, Congress would not have included a requirement that the defendant employ, persuade, induce, entice, or coerce. Furthermore, the government failed to prove that defendant acted with a purpose of producing a visual depiction of that conduct. Although the jury was erroneously charged that the government could sustain the charge by proving that the purpose was transmitting a visual depiction, the statute requires something different. Indeed, producing is defined by the statute as producing, directing, manufacturing, issuing, publishing, or advertising. 18 U.S.C. 22563, while the statute also prohibits the transmission of live visual depictions. Defendant was not charged with transmitting a live visual depiction, and there is no evidence that he did. Lastly, the government's affecting interstate commerce evidence was insufficient where it could not establish what device, if any, was used to make these recordings. Racketeering Act 8, Mann Act violation, Jane. Let's go. All right, I'm going to let y'all go get something else to drink. You got 30 seconds. Let's go. Go get your refill. Let's go.
Go to the dictionary, look it up, let me know, I'll be here waiting. Now I admit I got some girls that love me to pull their hair. And I admit they love me to talk dirty when I pull their hair. Yeah. Some like me to spank them, and some like to get brainy. And what some of these girls want is too much for the radio station. Look, I'm just a man, y'all, not a monster or beast. But I admit there are times when these girls so fine, I'll chill to the nigga for a week. Now I admit I love Hugh Hefner, and through the years supported Hugh Hefner. But when he left this world, he had a million girls, but we gon' always love Hugh Hefner. To Jim C. Regardless or whatever your name is. You've been trying to destroy me for 25 whole years. Writing the same stories over and over and over again. Off my name, you done went and made yourself a career. Well, guess what? I pray for you and your family and all my other enemies. I'm not gonna let y'all steal my joy. I'm just gonna keep on doing me. Now I don't know what else to say except I'm so falsely accused. Tell me, how can you judge when you never walked in my shoes? So easy to mess up someone else's life through social media. The devil in disguise.
Let's go. Azriel. Let's go. Racketeering Act 8, Mann Act violations. I'm not ignoring nobody comments. I want to thank y'all and for making these comments. I really appreciate it. It keeps me going. Because Lord knows I'm really sleepy, but I'm going to push through this. All right, let's go. Racketeering Act 8, Mann Act violation. Tomorrow Leaders Sports Network. What up, bro? Hey, Nikki. Oh, man, Love Yourself says she can't. Hey, Love Yourself, come on. You can drink something. I know your ears got kind of parched. Listen to that. That was a lot for Geronda. All right, let's go. Racketeering Act 8, Mann Act violations, Jane, a.k.a. Azriel Clary. The government failed to prove that the defendant committed Mann Act violations in connection with his sexual activity with Jane on or about April 28, 2015 and May 1st, 2015. In the state of California, Jane was 17 years old in May 2015. She concedes that she misrepresented her age to defendant when she met him and kept her true age a secret until fall 2015. After meeting defendant in Orlando, Florida, in April 2015, Jane traveled to meet him in California at the end of April 2015. The government charged defendant with 2 Mann Act violations in connection with this trip, alleging first that defendant violated 18 U.S.C. 2421A, racketeering 8A transportation. Preliminary. The government use of the Mann Act under the present set of facts is Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, it's raining. That's rain out here. Ooh. This might pick up everything. Sorry about that, y'all. It's raining like crazy. Okay. I ain't know what that was. Like, what is that beating against my window? All right. Primarily, the government use of the Mann Act under the present set of facts is unprecedented and unjustified. 18 U.S.C. 2421A provides that whoever knowingly transports any individual in interstate or foreign commerce or in any territory or possession of the United States with intent that such individual engage in prostitution or any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense or attempts to do so shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. The government contended that defendant arranged for Jane to travel to California with the intent of willfully exposing her to a contagious, infectious, and communicable disease in violation of California Health and Safety Code 120290. The government failed to prove a Mann Act violation under 2421A, where it offered insufficient evidence. Hey, Daphne. Insufficient evidence that defendant 1 transported Jane with the intent of exposing her to herpes, and 2 committed a violation of California Health and Safety Code 120290 by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent. Because there's no link connecting defendant's transportation of Jane with an intent to expose her to herpes, defendant cannot be guilty of a Mann Act violation. The 9th and 10th Circuit Courts of Appeal have held that to establish the intent requirement of the Mann Act violation, the government must prove that the illegal sexual activity is the dominant, significant, or motivating purpose behind the transportation. See United States versus Kinslow, 860 F. 9th Circuit, 1988. Also see United States versus Lukashoff, 694 F. And United States versus Cryer, 232 F. And United States versus Haywood, 359 F. Approved by the district court's jury instruction that stated, it is not necessary for the government to prove that the illegal sexual activity was the sole purpose for the transportation. A person may have several different purposes or motives for such travel, and each may prompt in varying degrees the act of making the journey. The government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, however, that a significant or motivating purpose of the travel across state or foreign boundaries was to have the individual transported to engage in the illegal sexual activity. In other words, the illegal sexual activity must have not been merely incident to the trip, ID at 637. In United States versus Campbell, it says the Fifth Circuit analyzed the intent requirement of 18 U.S.C. 2421 and held that in determining whether a dominant purpose exists, we instead ask whether the illicit behavior is one of the efficient and compelling purposes of the travel. See also United States versus Vang. Okay? Rest of that is case law right here. The Second Circuit does not seem to have answered the intent question, but whether this court applies a true dominant purpose standard on merely a significant or motivating purpose standard. The result is the same. The defendant's alleged violation of a California health law prohibiting him from exposing a partner to herpes was incidental to the trip. There is no proof in this record that demonstrates that defendant's motivating purpose in transporting Jane to California was to expose her to herpes. In fact, the government cannot even show that the motivating purpose of the trip had anything to do with Jane, as Jane herself testified when asked. Question: and while you were 17, did you take additional trips to California with the defendant? Yes, I did. Question: and do you remember where you traveled to? I do not. Question: do you remember what the purpose of your travel was for? He had shows. R. Kelly, 888. And sort of rational juror could find the government prove that defendant's intent to transport Jane to California was in fact with her herpes. Hold on. In short, no rational juror could find that the government proved that defendant's intent to transport Jane to California was to infect her with herpes, infect her with herpes. But they messed that up. Infect her, not infect with her, but infect her with herpes. Okay. Violation of California Health Safety Code 120290. Second, the government did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that defendant committed a violation of the California Health and Safety Code 120290 because the government charged defendant with a repealed version of the statute no longer in effect, a version that reduced the government's burden of proof. Prior to the jury charge in this case, defendant notified the court that the jury instructions did not reflect the elements of California Health and Safety Code 120290. The government acknowledged as much, but argued that it charged defendant under the statute that was in effect in 2015. The government had no authority to charge defendant with a statute that was repealed or inoperative at the time of prosecution. United States versus Chambers. And y'all see that case law. In 2015, 120290 of the California Health and Safety Code provided, except in provided in section 120291, or in the case of the removal of an afflicted person in a manner that lasts dangerous to the public health. Any person afflicted with any contagious, infectious, or communicable disease who willfully exposes himself or herself to another person, and any person who willfully exposes another person afflicted with the disease to someone else is guilty of a misdemeanor. The statute was overhauled entirely in 2018 after the California legislature determined that it was antiquated, having been passed during an era of discrimination towards those afflicted with HIV. The current statute bears little to no resemblance to the repealed 2015 version, least of all because it now requires a showing of a specific intent to transmit the disease. Although repealed or inoperative, the government proposed a jury instruction that attempted to reflect the elements of the 2015 statute, apparently recognizing that the 2015 statute was unconstitutionally vague in any event. The government stepped into the shoes of the legislator and rewrote the statute to save it from a constitutional challenge. Thus, the government not only charged defendant with a repealed statute, but rewrote it in clear violation of various constitutional provisions, including the separations of power clause and principles of committee. Defendant's jury was instructed pursuant to a statute that never existed. Defendant's jury was instructed pursuant to a statute that never existed. A California court has no authority to rewrite a California statute, and neither does a district court sitting in New York. Jesus. Even if the government had the authority to charge defendant under the 2015 version of 120290 of the California Health and Safety Code, the statute does not pass constitutional muster. Obviously, the statute is void for vagueness both on its face and as applied to the defendant. Excuse me. The doctrine of vagueness guards against arbitrary and discriminatory law enforcement by insisting that a statute provides standards to govern the actions of police officers, prosecutors, juries, and judges. Sessions versus DeMaia. As written in 2015, law fails to provide adequate definitions that put individuals with any chronic and potentially contagious diseases on notice of what amounts to criminal conduct, including communicable diseases that are not sexually transmitted. By way of example, nearly 50% of the population has herpes simplex 1. I've said that. A communicable disease. And I'm going to say it again. By way of example, nearly 50% of the population has herpes simplex 1. That's the cold sore. A communicable disease. Under the 2015 statute, anyone with herpes simplex 1, also known as what? Cold sores, who kisses another person without disclosing that they have herpes simplex 1 is guilty of a misdemeanor. Even if the afflicted person has no active infection, outbreak, or does not pass the disease along to the recipient of the kiss. Under the statute, parents with herpes simplex 1, again 50% of the population, would be prohibited from kissing their own children. One cannot imagine how many arbitrary prosecutions could take place in this current era of a pandemic if this law was in effect today. Even if the elements of the statute were, as the government alleged, insufficient evidence existed to sustain the charge. The government did not prove that defendant was contagious, infected, or had the capacity to transmit herpes during the sexual encounter he had with Jane in May 2015. Additionally, the government cannot show the defendant acting willfully with knowledge of the consequences. Presumably, the government assumes that the consequences is transmitting the disease to the person exposed, but effective treatments exist for herpes that significantly reduce outbreaks and the likelihood of transmission. If defendant was consistently taking Valtrex in April 2015, it cannot be said that he willfully exposed Jane with knowledge of the consequences, particularly since Jane was not infected with herpes in April 2015. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. I know I didn't read that. Let's finish. Said that he willfully exposed Jane with knowledge of the consequences, particularly since Jane was not infected with herpes in 2015. This racketeering act cannot be sustained where it was based on a repealed law, was rewritten, and was facially unconstitutional in any event. I thought Azriel had herpes. That's what they said. They said she had herpes.
What?
I guess not. Racketeering Act 8B, coercion and enticement. The government alternatively argues that the defendant is guilty of the Mann Act stemming from his April trip to California because defendant knowingly persuaded, induced, enticed, and coerced Jane to travel to California. Insufficient evidence exists to prove that defendant took any action to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jane into traveling to California in April to May 2015. Quite the opposite. The record shows that Jane's mother purposely fooled and strategically fooled. Stop. All right, let's go. All right. Quite the opposite. The record shows that Jane's mother purposely fooled and strategically enticed defendant with her 17-year-old daughter, comparing her to Aaliyah at various points. GX233. The government takes great umbrage to this characterization, but the record speaks for itself. Although defense counsel did not make much use of it, government's Exhibit 233 offers powerful evidence showing that defendant had no reason to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jane into going to California with him. Text messages introduced by the government show that Jane, with the guidance of her mother, enticed defendant, who reasonably believed Jane was 18 years old, to bring her to California. In short, when Jane traveled to meet defendant in California in April through May, she required no enticement, persuasion, or encouragement of any kind. On April 11, 2015, Jane attended one of the defendant's concerts in Orlando, Florida. After the show, someone provided Jane with defendant's phone number, R775. Jane attempted to text the number on the phone and gave the paper to her mother, ID. Although Jane did not reach defendant, Jane's mother began texting the defendant, posing as her 17-year-old daughter, R778 to 779. Jane eventually communicated directly with the defendant via FaceTime and told the defendant she was 18 years of age, R781. On April the 20th, 2015, Jane's mother, still posing as Jane, initiated text messages with defendant and arranged for Jane to meet the defendant at a hotel in Orlando. Wait a minute. Wait. But on Choke's channel, when I said that the arrangement was in Orlando, Sherman Hemsley told Choke that I didn't know what I was talking about and that they went somewhere farther than Orlando. Man. When I say I speak nothing but facts, I speak nothing but facts, so I ain't speaking it at all. Government's Exhibit 233 shows that Jane and her mother knew from the start that defendant was interested in Jane sexually, believing that she was of legal consenting age. Before Jane's first meeting with defendant, Jane's mother texts Jane stating, "This man trying to screw, but I'm trying to make it business. He knows you're a singer, but he ain't playing. He want to fuck tonight." GX233. Despite that, Jane and her mother were on notice that defendant was interested in Jane sexually. Jane's mother encouraged Jane to meet defendant. She told Jane to keep defendant's curiosity piqued and advised her about what she should wear to effectively entice him, ID. During her in-court testimony, Jane testified that she went to meet defendant solely to audition for him, but her contemporaneous text message revealed that Jane was more interested in defendant for personal and romantic reasons. Jane texted her mother, "He's so fine, ID." When Jane's mother told her to be ready to sing something, Jane said, suggesting that she did not actually want to audition for defendant. Jane's mother encouraged Jane to tease defendant, but not to do anything sexual with him, since he would then lose interest in her, believing that he was speaking to an 18-year-old Jane. Defendant texts Jane's mother that he was staying on the tour bus, but was going to get a hotel room for their privacy. Jane's mother then shared that message with Jane, texting, "Yep, he said he's staying on the tour bus, but he wants to get a hotel room for just y'all, so y'all can get away from security and managers, etc. GX233. Jane's mother gave Jane some final advice before she sent daughter to meet defendant, who believed Jane to be 18 years old. Okay, be prepared to sing 3 songs, daughter. He said he will meet you and listen to your song. Please have your glasses off hair to side. Mama knows best, pretty. Mama knows best. Pretty hurts. And third, your choice. Don't tell. Put on a show. Dance. Grab his hand. Shimmy. Wiggle. Sit on his lap. Entice him. While singing, it's all about performance. This your chance and opportunity. Don't blow it. Jane's mother even told Jane not to look grown. Emphasis added. Take off that ugly ass lipstick. I told you he don't want you to be grown. I told you to keep hair curly. That shit look a mess. You need some jeans or shorts. You trying to look grown. He wanted you because you look young and innocent. That's what he want, not a little girl trying to be grown. You're a damn fool. Defying her mother's advice to merely tease defendant, Jane engaged in sexual conduct with defendant in a hotel room. Jane stripped down to her undergarments and walked back and forth for the defendant. R791. She later acquiesced to removing her clothes, testifying that she got on top of him backwards, and he did lick my butt. R793. After the sexual encounter, officers arrived at the hotel room and knocked on the door. R793. After arranging for Jane to meet defendant in this hotel, Jane's parents apparently called the police. R793. Jane described defendant as nervous and anxious, asking her to confirm that she was 18 years old, as she had represented. Jane testified that at trial, after he, defendant, looked through the peephole, he made me go into the restroom immediately and told me to get dressed. And he said, "Are you 18?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Don't lie to me." And I said, "Yes, ID." Defendant opened the door, and the police checked Jane's identification to confirm her age before leaving. R794. Defendant was present when police officers checked Jane's identification. Rather than calling it a night, Jane again removed her clothes and got on top of defendant to continue their sexual activities. R795. After her first encounter with defendant, Jane told her mother that defendant had asked whether he could fly her to meet him. Jane told her mother, "I said, duh." Jane continued to communicate with the defendant via text message and by phone, and continued to spend time with defendant in Orlando doing normal dating activities such as seeing movies and eating out. Oh, they ain't put that in there. GX233. At one point, Jane's mother got frustrated with Jane for not prioritizing her music with defendant. On April 23rd, 2015, Jane's mother texted her, "You need to let him hear your songs. Let him see your video. You trying to date the man, you need to let him see your shit." Emphasis added. Jane's mother also continued to encourage Jane's relationship with defendant, telling her to be a little feisty, stating he married Aaliyah because she was feisty. She didn't let him run over her. You need to be different than the rest. Later that evening, Jane's mother texts Jane, "You are silly. That man ain't trying to do nothing with you musically. He want to fuck. period, because he liked young girls. Jane reassured her mother that defendant was willing to look at her performances and was patiently waiting to look at some of her videos that her mother had emailed her. On April the 24th, 2015, after defendant had left Orlando, Jane's mother instructed Jane, you better be texting him so you will stay on his mind. Later that day, Jane texted her mother about flying out to see defendant in California. Jane, and I talked to R. Kelly. Yeah, about what, daughter? Laughing my ass off about flying me out. Oh, really? When? Yeah, whenever I tell him he can. Tomorrow if I choose. Oh, yeah? On April the 28th, 2015, Jane traveled to Los Angeles, California to meet defendant with the knowledge and consent of her parents. R799814 GX233. Jane continued to text with her mom once in Los Angeles. At one point, her mother told her, he going to be in your room butt naked with one of his songs playing. Laugh out loud. Government's Exhibit 233 reflects that Jane and her mother text incessantly while Jane was in Los Angeles with defendant. Jane tells her mother at one point, crazy, this Aaliyah movie just came on and I just got off the phone with R. Mom responded, really crazy. Jane testified that she had oral sex with defendant in Los Angeles, but she did not share that information with her mother via text, R804 to 805. At no point did Jane express any apprehensions about being with defendant or ask her mom or mother to arrange for her to come home. When Jane excitedly told her mother that she was riding defendant's tour bus to Stockton to attend his concert, Jane's mother responded, oh my God, exciting. You riding on a tour bus. GX233. On May the 1st, 2015, Jane's mother urged Jane to take advantage of defendant, texting her, it won't be star lifestyle if you don't get serious about your music and show this man you want to be famous like him. Once he tired of you, you'll be like everybody else. You better use this as your opportunity while you got him in spell. Jane's mother then said, you should text him and be like, you gonna be my boo, and see what he say. To which Jane responded, laughing my ass off. Jane traveled independently to meet defendant in Stockton, California, where he was performing on May the 1st, 2015, R818. She stayed in contact with her mother the entire time. At one point, Jane explained to her mother how she ended up going to Stockton to see defendant's performance. I told you. He asked me, did I want to come to his show? I said, of course. And he said, okay, then let's pack this stuff up. He was even putting his stuff in my bag. Jane and her mother remained in constant communication before defendant's show. Jane's mother instructed her about what to wear and made suggestions about how she should behave at defendant's show. I would blow him little kisses and wink at him and bite the tip of my finger, mess with him real good, do something seductive, then make a silly face, laugh out loud. Jane and her mother continued to text throughout the defendant's performance. At one point, Jane and her mother exchanged the following text. Jane, he's singing this whole show to me. Mom, laugh out loud, too funny. Laughing my ass off. This man in love. Oh my God, you gonna marry him and have his babies. Laugh out loud, my son-in-law gonna be older than me. Too dang funny. Laughing my ass off. Well, you better get signed first, then married second. He gonna seduce you tonight. Laugh out loud. You have to give him a massage before you go to bed. Laughing my ass off, etc. ... No, I doubt it. Girl, you better, or he will get someone else to. Jane's mother continued to encourage her to seduce defendant. At one point, Jane told her mother that she caught feelings for the defendant. According to Jane, she and defendant had sexual intercourse for the first time after the concert, R819. At no point during her travels with defendant in California in April and May 2015 did Jane disclose that she was 17 years of age, or that she had lied to him about her age. After the trip to California, Jane traveled to meet defendant in Las Vegas, where he was performing R821. No rational juror could conclude that defendant enticed, persuaded, induced, or coerced Jane to travel to California. Jane's contemporaneous conversations with her mother show that defendant invited Jane to join him, and she excitedly accepted. When he asked her to travel, Jane told her mother, whenever I tell him I can, tomorrow if I choose, GX233. By her own admission, Jane chose to travel with defendant because she wanted to, and her mother encouraged her. While this court concluded that Jane's parents' testimony was not relevant for the purpose defense counsel sought to introduce it. Jane's text messages with her mother, introduced as Government's Exhibit 233, were highly relevant evidence that defendant took no action to induce, persuade, or coerce Jane to travel with him. Jane was eager to travel with defendant and caught feelings for him, as she admitted, and concealed her age from the defendant so she could pursue a relationship with him. The government's evidence fails to show that Jane was persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced into traveling to California. Racketeering Act 9. Mann Act violations, Jane. The government charged defendant with 4 Mann Act violations stemming from a trip with Jane to California between September 2015 and October 2015, 2 months before her 18th birthday. According to Jane, she disclosed her true age, 17 years of age, prior to this trip. The government's evidence is insufficient as to these Mann Act violations. A. Racketeering Acts 9A, transportation. For the same reasons argued in connection with Racketeering Act 8A, the government failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that defendant 1 transported Jane with the intent of exposing her to herpes in September to October 2015, and 2 committed a violation of Cal Health and Safety Code 120290. By proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the arguments set forth supra are equally applicable. Racketeering Act 9A. Racketeering Act 9B, coercion and enticement. Insufficient evidence exists. Insufficient evidence exists to prove that defendant committed Racketeering Act 9B by all counts. Defendant and Jane were in a serious and legal relationship. Let's say it again. Defendant and Jane were in a serious and legal relationship based in Illinois, where defendant resided in fall 2015. As I told y'all, when she moved, when she got emancipated, like I said, when she got emancipated, she became a product of the state of Illinois, where 17 is legal. So it says defendant and Jane were in a serious and legal relationship based in Illinois, where defendant resided in fall 2015. Although Jane testified that she told defendant her true age after the summer ended in 2015, the record does not reflect precisely when she told defendant her true age. As such, the government failed to show that defendant possessed the requisite means rea to sustain a charge unlawful sexual intercourse with a person under 18 years old under the California Penal Code in September or October 2015. Furthermore, the record is devoid of evidence that defendant took any action to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jane into traveling to California between September and October 2015. Critically, the defendant learned that Jane had lied about her age. He sent her home to Florida. Jane returned to Chicago with her parents' consent. Emancipation, like I said. Although it is true that Jane's parents did not have the authority to consent to any illegal sexual activity between Jane and the defendant, their permission to allow her to stay with the defendant is reflective of Jane's desire to continue her relationship with the defendant. Jane offered no testimony to suggest that she was coerced or enticed into traveling to California in fall 2015. Jane's testimony about defendant's rules and sexual proclivities during the time period are not sufficient evidence of coercion to travel, even if Jane now believes, with the benefit of hindsight, that defendant's conduct was controlling or constituted some type of grooming. C. Racketeering Act 9C, coercion and enticement. The government charged defendant with a Mann Act violation under the separate theory that defendant transported Jane to California in September or October 2015 with the intent to violate California penal law sections 261.5A and 261.5B, unlawful sexual intercourse with a person under 18. Preliminary, for the reasons argued supra, the government simply failed to prove that defendant took any action to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jane into traveling to California. By late 2015, defendant and Jane were in a serious relationship based primarily in Illinois, where defendant resided. The age of consent in Illinois is 17. Therefore, the defendant and Jane's sexual relationship was not prohibited there. Jane traveled with defendant to numerous states as one of his partners. She went consensually and voluntarily. Defendant did not have to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce her to travel, even if the government is correct that defendant had exerted some dominance or control in their relationship at the time. Furthermore, as argued in connection with Racketeering Act 5, and government provided insufficient evidence that defendant used any words to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jane to travel to California via a facility of interstate commerce. Under the plain reading of the statute, there must be a nexus between the use of the facility of interstate commerce, a cell phone or computer, and the words of persuasion, enticement, or coercion to satisfy a 2422B violation. The record is devoid of that proof. The mere fact that defendant texts with Jane about any number of things does not satisfy the interstate commerce element of this Mann Act violation. Racketeering Act 9D, transportation. It is true that the state of California, the age of consent is 18. According to Jane, she had sexual relations with defendant in California during this trip when she was still 17 years of age. However, the government failed to prove defendant guilty of the Mann Act under this theory, where defendant's motivating purpose in traveling to California was not to have sex with Jane. Defendant and Jane had a consensual and legal sexual relationship in Illinois. Defendant's purpose of traveling to California was to perform, and he arranged for his girlfriend to go with him. If defendant had sexual relations with Jane in California in September and October, it was purely incidental to the purpose of the trip, as Jane herself testified when asked. Question: and while you were 17, did you take additional trips to California with defendant? Yes, I did. And do you remember where you traveled to? I do not. Question: Do you remember what the purpose of your travel was for? He had shows. No rational juror could find the government proof that defendant's motivating purpose in transporting Jane to California was to have sexual intercourse with her, particularly where he had an ongoing legal and consensual sexual relationship with her in the state of Illinois where he resided. At bottom, no nexus exists between the transportation of Jane and the alleged illegal sexual activity. Let's go. Racketeering Act 10, sexual exploitation of Jane. The government failed to prove Racketeering Act 10, that is, sexual exploitation of Jane, where it offered insufficient that defendant used, employed, persuaded, induced, or enticed Jane to take part in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction between September 2015 and December 30th. The government contends that prior to Jane's 18th birthday, defendant recorded his sexual experiences with her in California. To demonstrate that defendant committed sexual exploitation of a child pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 2251A. It is not enough for Jane to simply allege that defendant recorded sexually explicit conduct. Jane offered no testimony that proved that defendant used, persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced her into sexually explicit conduct during the relevant time period. Hold on. Hey, Quetta. Hey, what's up, Rock? Jane had an ongoing sexual relationship with defendant before the video recorded. Oh, shoot. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I gotta do this. Oh, God. I knew that was going to happen. Anyway. Where was I at? Okay. Okay. The government contends that prior James the defendant recorded recorded an incident. Okay. Conduct during the irrelevant time period. Okay. Jane had an ongoing sexual relationship with defendant before the video recording incident and after the video recorded incident. Although Jane seems to regret those experiences, she did not offer sufficient evidence of enticement or coercion. The government must prove that the defendant did something more than just film the sexually explicit conduct. If the act of filming or recording alone was sufficient to sustain the charge, Congress would not have included a requirement that the defendant employ, persuade, induce, entice, or coerce. Furthermore, the government failed to prove that the defendant acted with a purpose of producing a visual depiction of that conduct. Although the jury was erroneously charged that the government could sustain, the charge by proving that the purpose was transmitting a visual depiction, the statute requires something different. Indeed, producing is defined by the statute as producing, directing, manufacturing, issuing, publishing, and advertising. In 18 U.S.C. 22563, while the statute also prohibits the transmission of live visual depictions, defendant was not charged with transmitting a live visual depiction, and there is no evidence that he did. Accordingly, the government failed to prove Racketeering Act 10 by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, take a break. 30 seconds. We're going. In 30 seconds, we gone.
I admit I miss my brothers, but I admit they wasn't acting like brothers. Yeah, we've had our differences, but you don't turn on your brother for nothing, for no one, nada. Mama, Joanne, is watching. She must be turning over in her grave, yeah. I admit I had to borrow a couple of M's from the label. All these hits out, but I couldn't put food on the table. I was told I had to sell my car.
What up, Chaotic Truth?
I was told I couldn't get a loan. Said I owed $20 million to the IRS and they was coming to get my home. I admit I was feeling stupid standing.
What's good, Chaotic Truth? Glad to see you over here.
Sipping Hennessy, trying to figure out what happened to me. There was so much going through my
Hey, look, man. Y'all go to Chaotic Truth Live. I mean, y'all go to his channel, like, share, and subscribe. Man, he have great content. He's a great guy. Please go like, share, subscribe to Chaotic Truth channel. I appreciate you, brother.
I admit that I love my fans for all the push and support they've shown. I admit if it wasn't for them, I would have never stayed strong. Now I'm not tripping.
Trust me, I don't vouch for anybody, but Chaotic Truth Live, trust me, he have real good content. And he talk about updated stuff. He talk about the stuff that people scared to talk about.
People turn phony. They say, Rob, I got your back. Rob, you the man. But they really doubting me. Bitch, you know who you are.
Oh.
Bitch, I bought you a car.
Oh.
Bitch, you stayed at my crib.
Oh.
I loved you with all my heart.
Uh-oh.
Now, I don't like to brag when it comes to me. But
let's hit that like button, y'all. Come on. Like, share, like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Please share it out. That's all I ask. Also, don't forget Big Bio Opinion channel. Please go like, share, subscribe my brother channel. He have great content. Also, Fantasia Habasham. Please go like, share, subscribe her channel. Also, Georgia Girl. Please like, share, subscribe her channel. Sky Zone. Like, share, subscribe her channel. The one and only Prima Donna. Go like, share, subscribe her channel. And also, the cousin. Levi for Kelly, where the story is to be sold, not to be told. Please go like, share, subscribe his channel.
I can't imagine what y'all must be going through. Every day it's something about me, my God, it must be killing you. I promise there'll be better days. Just keep walking straight. I know you must be worried, but just know that I'm okay. For me, things has gotten rough. Right now I can't say too much, but for y'all I will stay tough. Daddy just needs y'all to trust and believe in me. I admit that I've told the truth, and I'm still not free. Still won't hate me. They still won't stone me. Still won't chain me. Think they won't kill me. I admit it, I admit it. I admit it, I did it. I admit it, I did. I admit it, I did.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
No disrespect to Chi-Town, my home.
Thank you so much, Lavero.
But we've got to learn how to support our own. I admit that my heart cries for my city. Cause we're losing young lives in the city. Instead of judging me, y'all should be using me to help these kids, raise them out of depression and poverty. Now I'm not saying I'm no savior, but I could be an inspiration. This is an invitation. Man, I admit I go through so much day to day. Got 23 lawyers, 3 or 4 managers. What am I doing? Show me the way.
Thank you so much, William May. I appreciate it.
And now I have to use
I only know how to stay true.
Because they left me no choice. See, my work has nothing to do with my private life.
Tell him, Kels.
So stay the fuck out of my business and tend to your own damn life.
Uh-oh, you made him mad.
So go ahead, say what you wanna say.
Uh-huh.
About who I wanna date.
Uh-huh.
But you won't say that shit to my face.
I bet you won't.
Cause you know it ain't shit to say.
Ain't nothing to say.
Next nigga bring me some dumb shit.
Tell him, Kels.
It's gonna be a misunderstanding.
Uh-huh, tell him, boy.
Niggas that listen to dumb shit.
Here we go, come on.
Niggas that be on that dumb shit.
That's it.
They need a life cause they ain't got no life, so they always conjuring. Blocking my path, they don't know the half and salt. They making assumptions.
Tell him, Kel.
This is window assumptions.
Window assumptions.
Cost a man his whole career.
Cost a man his whole career.
Found guilty when you're innocent is the only test I fear. There is one thing that's for sure.
Tell him about it, son.
I wanna make this shit clear.
One thing clear.
Lift my voice and represented my country for 31 fucking years. Damn it, I admit.
Fuck the terrorists. Let's go. Racketeering Act 11, forced labor of Jane. The government charged defendant with forced labor of Jane under a theory that defendant required Jane to participate in sex with other men and other women. Although at trial, Jane claimed that she did not want to participate in those activities and that she did not enjoy those activities. That does not mean that Jane was forced to participate in those activities. If Jane refuses even now to allege that she was forced by threats of violence to engage in certain sex acts, it is unclear why the government believes she was. Again, belatedly acknowledging that one really did not want to participate in the conduct is not the equivalent of being forced. The record is devoid of any evidence that Jane was forced within the meaning of the statute to have sex with individuals other than the defendant, or that she was prohibited in any way from extracting herself from the relationship. The government's evidence that Jane was forced to participate in these sexual acts consisted of Alex's nephew. Whoa. Consisted of Alex's nephew testimony that some women he had sex with were zombie-ish, and that defendant had directed women other than Jane to participate in group sex, rather than point the jury to specific evidence from Jane's testimony that reflected that she had been forced to participate in these activities through violence, restraint, or threat of violence. The government argued that the defendant had directed Dominique to have sexual intercourse with Alex, R4426 to 4427, while the government was permitted to offer an extraordinary amount of uncharged bad act evidence for various purposes. Such evidence cannot supplant the government's burden to show that Jane herself was forced to participate in group sex acts. The evidence offered was insufficient proof of the offense of forced labor. As discussed in connection with Racketeering Act 6, the government cannot establish the offense of forced labor by simply showing that defendant and Jane had a sexual relationship that some might consider abusive. The government was required to establish a causal link between the group sex acts and threats of physical violence. It failed to do so. 10. Racketeering Act 12. Mann Act violations. Faith. Oh my God. Are you ready? 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 Ready? Are you ready? Ready? Because see, the way I feel right now, this is what I feel right now. I feel like all of them lied and they let all that stuff in. And you know what, Ann Donnelly, this for you.
See, the devil busy. See, the devil won't act stupid. But I buy, ooh, he got double.
Let's go. Racketeering Act 12, Mann Act violations, faith. The government charged defendant. We in a home stretch, y'all. Bear along with me. We in a home stretch. Let's get it. The government charged defendant with 2 Mann Act violations in connection with Faith's trip to New York in May 2017, alleging that defendant violated 18 U.S.C. 2421A and 2422A. The government charged that defendant either transported or persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Faith to travel to New York with the purpose of knowingly exposing her to an infectious venereal disease excuse me, under New York Public Health Law Section 2307 and reckless endangerment pursuant to New York Penal Law Section 120.20. The government failed to prove Mann Act violations under 2421A and 2422A, where it offered insufficient evidence that defendant 1 transported Faith with the intent of exposing her to herpes, or 2, persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Faith to travel to New York with the intent of exposing her to herpes. Separately, the government failed to prove that the defendant committed the offense of reckless endangerment or a violation New York Public Health Law Section 2307, which is unconstitutional in any event, both facially and as applied to the defendant. A. Intent. Because there is no link connecting defendant's transportation of Faith with the intent to expose her to herpes, defendant cannot be guilty of a Mann Act violation. As discussed at length supra, the government must prove that the illegal sexual activity is the dominant, significant, and motivating purpose behind the transportation. See United States versus Kinslow. That's case law. You see all that. Because the defendant's purported violation of a New York public health law prohibiting him from exposing a partner to herpes was incidental to Faith's trip rather than a motivating purpose in transporting Faith, the intent requirement of the statute cannot be sustained. The government argued to the jury that it should find defendant guilty of a Mann Act violation by merely finding that defendant transported Faith to New York from her hometown in Texas for the purpose of sex. The only remaining issue is whether the sexual activity that he brought her here for was illegal, and it was. R4433. This argument is legally flawed. Transporting Faith to New York to have sex would not satisfy the elements of a violation under Section 2421A, since the sex act itself was perfectly legal, as Faith was a consenting adult. The activity that was allegedly illegal in New York was exposing Faith to herpes. It is that act that must be motivating purpose behind defendant's transportation of Faith. Because the government cannot demonstrate a nexus between the defendant's motivation of transportation, Faith to New York, and the illegal sexual activity, defendant must be acquitted of the 2421A offense. Hold on. B, coercion and enticement. Hold on. Thank you so much, Ms. Andrea. I appreciate you. B, coercion or enticement. The government alternatively argues that defendant is guilty of the Mann Act stemming from Faith's trip, May 18, 2017. Trip to New York because defendant knowingly persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Jane to travel to New York for the purpose of exposing her to herpes. Insufficient evidence exists to prove that defendant took any action to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jane into traveling to New York. On May 18, 2017, the evidence shows that defendant invited a grown woman, not a little girl, not a minor, but defendant invited, oh shoot. Hold on. That mean hold on. That mean y'all didn't have it up on the screen? Okay, there it is. There it is. Defendant invited a grown woman to meet him in New York, and she accepted. In March 2017, Faith attended one of defendant's concerts in San Antonio, Texas, with her sister, R2130. Faith had an opportunity to meet defendant at an after party backstage along with other individuals. Defendant and Faith had a conversation during the after party, and defendant provided her with his phone number. After the encounter, Faith and defendant kept in touch via text and FaceTime. The conversations were normal, appropriate, and pleasant. Defendant complimented her appearance. Faith testified that defendant referred to himself as daddy during those conversations. According to Faith, defendant asked to be called daddy and she complied. Faith did not testify that defendant forced her to call him daddy. Indeed, defendant and Faith had met exactly one time when Faith began calling him daddy. Question: in your communications with the defendant, how, if at all, did the topic of traveling to see him come up? He had informed me that he was on tour right now. And excuse me, at the time he was on tour, so he was just saying his schedule was kind of crazy. But whenever I wanted to come see him, I could. And he just said that he could arrange the days or just let him know when I wanted to come hang out. But that it would be fun. It would be fun. I would agree to, I would get to see, how it is, how he is on tour, things like that. Defendant told Faith that if she wanted to come to his shows, she could contact his assistant and he would arrange it for her. Faith then contacted the defendant's assistant who made travel arrangements for her. Originally, Faith was going to travel to Chicago, but ultimately traveled to New York for one of the defendant's performances. According to Faith, defendant informed her that he was having a show in New York and that he would like for me to come hang out. It was going to be fun, so I said yes. Defendant's assistant arranged her travel, and Faith traveled to New York to attend defendant's performance and hang out. No rational juror could conclude from Faith's testimony that defendant coerced or enticed her to travel to New York for the purpose of giving her herpes. By Faith's account, defendant was polite, generous, and appropriate, leaving it entirely in the discretion to come to New York to attend a concert. Defendant's alleged bad behavior with other women is not sufficient. It is not sufficient evidence of this specific conduct in connection with Faith on May 18, 2017. The government routinely asked the jury to find that it had proven elements of the charged offense simply because defendant had, from the government's perspective, been controlling and coercive to other women. Faith's testimony does not establish any conduct on the part of defendant that shows that he did anything other than invite her to come to his concert in New York, an invitation she accepted. Frankly, if this conduct proves coercion and enticement by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the government is going to be very busy prosecuting Mann Act violations, although it seems unlikely that the government has much of an intention of using this provision to prosecute influential, wealthy white men who invite women on fancy trips for the purpose of engaging in sexual activity that those women later decide was unpleasant. See New York Public Health Law, Section 2307 and Penal Law 120.20. To sustain the Mann Act violations charged in connection with Faith's travel to visit defendant in New York on February the 2nd, 2018, the government must prove that defendant intended to engage in a sexual activity for which he could be charged with a criminal offense, pushing the boundaries of its prosecutorial discretion. The government alleged that the defendant could have been charged with a violation of New York Public Health Law 2307 and or reckless endangerment because he created a substantial risk of serious physical injury when he had unprotected sex with Faith, knowing that he had herpes. At the outset, Faith did not contract Uh-oh. Dream Team, we got another boo-boo. Where's Prima Donna? Where's Sky Zone? Where's J-Rock? Where's Willie? Where's Lisa? Where's Toy? We got another boo-boo. And it goes a little something like this.
See, the devil busy. See, the devil won't act stupid. But I buy, ooh, he got time.
We got another boo-boo.
And here we go.
And the boo-boo go like this. At the outset, Faith did not contract genital herpes from defendant, despite her misleading testimony. After returning from New York, Faith claimed she was diagnosed with herpes type 1 after getting cold sores on her mouth. Nearly 50% of the population has herpes type 1, and it can be contracted in any number of ways, including kissing, sharing a toothbrush, or eating utensils. Cold sores caused by herpes type 1 does not cause a substantial risk of serious physical injury. Presumably, even the government would concede this point. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. But they said Robert gave him herpes. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. Wait. Come on over to Team Truth side. We tell nothing but guaranteed lies. Especially when they deal with Robert Sylvester Kelly. We gonna tell nothing but lies. We gonna tell nothing but lies. Even when it deal with Robert Sylvester Kelly, we gonna tell you nothing but lies. Furthermore, as a matter of law, unprotected sex with someone who has genital herpes does not establish a substantial risk of serious physical injury. According to the city health department, 1 in 4 New Yorkers has genital herpes. God damn. So every 4 people up there got genital herpes? Oh man, I ain't messing with nobody in New York. Oh no. If you from New York, our first date going to the clinic. Oh no. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Jesus Christ. Lord have mercy. If sexual intercourse with individuals who merely carry the genital herpes virus carries the substantial risk of serious physical injury, New York City would have an astronomical hospitalization and death rates from the transmission of herpes. Although the government's expert witness identified some serious but unusual health risks associated with the contraction of genital herpes, the offense of reckless endangerment requires a showing of a substantial risk of serious physical injury. Serious physical injury and is defined as a person's physical conditions that creates a substantial risk of death or serious and protected impairment of health. The government did not satisfy the burden. The risk of defendant transmitting genital herpes to Faith is unknown, where he did not transmit it to her. That's what's related to her. And there is no evidence that he was contagious or had an outbreak. Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Say that again. And there was no evidence that he was contagious or had an outbreak. Everybody in Team Truth and Oko look like this right now. Man, but they sit up there like, we don't want them to be right. Hold on for a second, y'all. I gotta laugh. Hold on. Laugh again. Let's get back to it. If the government could show that defendant had active symptoms of herpes when he had intercourse with Faith, their proofs might be on a better footing. But merely having unprotected sex with someone who carries the virus cannot, as a matter of law, create a substantial risk of serious physical injury. Notably, the government cannot point to a single case that supports the prosecution expansive reading of this statute, even if defendant had given Faith genital herpes. The government's evidence would be insufficient to sustain a charge for reckless endangerment. Herpes is not deadly and rarely causes any serious protracted health impairments. Again, the government's expert witness identified rare complications from herpes that could perhaps meet the definition under the reckless endangerment statute. But since the complications carry a low rather than substantial risk of serious physical injury, as defined by the statute, the government cannot, as a matter of fact, as a matter of law, sustain this claim. Separately, New York Public Health Law 2307 is unconstitutional. Uh-oh. Didn't Dana say that though? Didn't Dana say that? I mean, didn't Dana say that? That is unconstitutional. I'm just saying, like,
Ooh, but my body's telling me yes, baby. I don't want to hurt nobody, but there is something that I must confess. Turn that shit off.
he must confess that he's coming home. Hell with y'all that didn't believe. Facially, and as applied, for the reasons previously identified by defendant in his motion to strike allegations from count 1 of the superseding indictment and dismiss the remaining counts. Docket number 42. Additionally, the statute is void for vagueness, as it fails to put the public on notice of what conduct constitutes criminal behavior and authorizes arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. Sessions versus DeMaya. 1 in 6 Americans, 1 in 4 New Yorkers suffer from genital herpes, herpes simplex 2. Under the plain reading of the statute, even a person who carries the virus but has been asymptomatic for decades would commit a crime by having sexual intercourse with another. In the absence of a definition infected, the statute is unconstitutionally vague. While this court seems to assume that infected means having the virus rather than having the ability to transmit it, no authority supports this application, and such an interpretation would lead to arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. Get some water, some juice, or something. Get some water, some juice, or something. I'm going to see what y'all been saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, some people been lying. So I'm gonna do this. While they out here lying and stuff and keeping Robert locked up, Robert fighting for his life, man. So let's get some Robert in our system until people come back from getting their juices and their snacks.
On the ground, and then I woke up as a well in the middle of a pond.
We in the home stretch. This our last stop.
And the minute I opened my mouth and started to sing, oh, that changed.
Thank you, lady sir.
Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I don't know just how I got here, just how I made it, just how I made it, just how I made it here. But I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
I agree, Kim.
Da 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 da. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. Coming up in the hood, I saw so many things. Those so many things brought me all of my dreams.
Facts, Mission.
And now here I am today.
Man. Wait, what happened? Cancel that. Okay. I'm waiting on some folks to get back. Facts. Hey, Grace. Good morning. Need them to come home ASAP. 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 Stop playing. Let's see what song I'm gonna go out on. Let me see. All right, that's what I'm going out on.
Let me turn this car around.
All right. Let's go on the home stretch. We up out of here. We going on the home stretch. I wonder if Gail fixed it. Stephanie crazy. Chrissy said, praying for justice this time around. This is heartbreaking, but I'm having faith that God will be God. Facts. Facts. All right. Let's go. We in a home stretch. Let's go. Racketeering Act 13. Forced labor. Faith. Let's get into it. No rational juror could conclude, based on the evidence adduced at trial, that defendant knowingly obtained or agreed to obtain any labor or services from Faith. On January 13th, 2018, a conviction of forced labor under 18 U.S.C. 1589 requires the government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1. The defendant obtained the labor or services of another person. 2. Through inter alia, threats or of serious harm. And 3. The defendant acted knowingly. United States versus Marcus. Okay. The language by any means of contained in the forced labor statute 18 USC 1589A requires the government to establish the causal link between the labor and services provided by the person and the threat of serious harm. Excuse me. Section 1589 is intended to address serious trafficking, or cases where traffickers threaten harm to third persons, restrained their victims without physical violence or injury, or threaten dire consequences, by means other than overt violence. Mucha versus Alvar Wolf. The harm or threat of harm, considered from the vantage point of a reasonable person in the place of the victim, must be sufficiently serious to compel that person to remain in her condition of servitude when she otherwise would have left. ID. According to the government, on January 13th, 2018, defendant violated the forced labor statute by using threats of violence to obtain labor, an act of oral sex from Faith. The forced labor statute was not intended to reach isolated conduct like that described by Faith. Faith testified that she traveled to Los Angeles to see defendant, presumably to continue her romantic sexual relationship with the defendant. She described an incident where she and defendant were in a small room in the Los Angeles studio where he worked. According to Faith, there was a gun in the room that made Faith intimidated, but defendant never touched the gun, threatened her with it, or made any gestures that he intended to use it. Faith was simply uncomfortable by its presence. After an intense conversation during which Faith described defendant as being serious but not threatening, defendant directed her to give him oral sex and grabbed her neck before placing his penis inside her mouth. Without objection, Faith provided oral sex to the defendant, although she testified that she did not want to. The forced labor statute was not enacted to remedy isolated occurrences like the one described by Faith. Indeed, it is not even clear from Faith's testimony that she gave any indication to defendant that she did not want to give him oral sex. Although she claims she did not want to give him oral sex, the record fails to reflect a casual link between the isolated act of oral sex and any threat of physical violence. Even if Faith felt intimidated by being in the same room where a gun was located, the event did not amount to forced labor. Furthermore, Faith traveled to visit the defendant even after this alleged act of forced labor, where she now claims she did not want to participate in the act of oral sex. 12. Racketeering Act 14, Mann Act violations. Faith. We in the home stretch. Let's go. The government charged defendant with a second set of Mann Act violations in relation to Faith's second trip to New York on February the 2nd, 2018. The government's evidence was insufficient for the same reasons argued in connection with Racketeering Act 11. First, the government simply fails to demonstrate that defendant transported Faith to New York on February 2nd, 2018 for the purpose of exposing her to herpes. Second, the record is devoid of any testimony that defendant coerced or enticed Faith to come to New York for the purpose of exposing her to herpes. Faith and defendant's so-called relationship was conducted almost entirely over text. After meeting at defendant's concert in San Antonio, Faith met the defendant face to face, no more than 5 times. Faith always returned to her home in Texas after her short excursions to visit with defendant. This was a grown woman who made decisions to travel with defendant, not out of fear, coercion, or any type of enticement, but because she wanted to. Faith herself refuses to identify as someone who was forced to do anything. On cross-examination, Faith admitted that she was not a victim and had made a choice to be with defendant. Question. And one of the podcasts we spoke about this morning, the paper route. On that show, you said during that interview, I don't like the word victim because I don't feel like I'm a victim. I'm a young woman. And let's be clear, Faith. Let's be clear. I made a choice to be involved with that person. That's what you said, right, Faith? Do I feel like everything he did was right? Hell no. But I had a choice. And that's why I walked away. I did not move in with him. I did not live with him. I did not take any money from him. There is a choice that you have to make. You said that, didn't you, Faith? Correct. Man, one thing I did send the Cannon, he put in there. Thank God. You made a choice. Correct? Correct. You're not a victim. Correct. If Kanik would have stuck with everything I sent him, we wouldn't be going through this right now. But I thank you for putting this in there, Kanik. The record is devoid of evidence that proves that defendant coerced or enticed Faith to travel to New York in February 2018. The government must point to some specific words or conduct by the defendant that were coercive or enticing in respect to Faith. An invitation is simply not enough. Accordingly, the government failed to prove Racketeering Act 14. In sum, you ready? In sum, the government failed to prove the defendant guilty of RICO. The government failed to prove counts 2 through 9 of the indictment. The government charged defendant with 4 freestanding Mann Act charges that mirror Racketeering Acts 8 and 9 related to Jane. For the reasons argued supra, pages 29 to 42, the government failed to prove counts 2 through 5 of the indictment. Similarity. The government charged defendant with 4 freestanding Mann Act violations that mirror Racketeering Acts 12 and 14. For the reasons argued, supra, pages 47 to 53, 55 and 56, the government failed to prove counts 6 through 9 of the indictment. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, this court should enter an order acquitting defendant of all offenses. Respectfully submitted, the undefeated agent, Jennifer Bojing of the Bojing Law Group, PLLC. Robert coming home.
Let me turn this car around. Something don't feel right.
She wasn't supposed to find out about our love affair. The plan was not for her to walk right in on both of us. I did not plan for things to go down like this, that's my word. I swear I'd take it back if I could.
Thank you so much, Miss Jennings.
How could I be so stupid? Ooh, to think that I could bring somebody.
I believe the jurors were threatened, like I said.
Without you finding out. If I don't get enough,
like I said, I believe they were threatened.
I sent you off to be with her,
but you made a U-turn. You made a U-turn.
You thought that I would be gone for a while.
The government failed, child. Yes, sir.
She slipped through the back door, checked out the window, and then got in bed with her.
But I got something to say to one person. I'm gonna pause there for a second. What is that girl name? What is that girl name? I done forgot the daggone girl name. What is her name? Keke Palmer. So do you believe your sisters now? Because you know you done burnt that bridge. You done burnt that bridge. So Keke Palmer, do you believe your sisters now? So what I'm saying is, Keke Palmer, will you go live and apologize to Robert Sylvester Kelly the same way that you slandered Robert Sylvester Kelly? Because if not, we can always go to the airways and demand you apologize to Robert. We can just boycott anything you come out with. It's not hard. And I know one of your executives that be with you watches my show faithfully. And I know your executive is on my platform right now. No new trial, just acquittal. There's no need for a new trial. Their stuff was vague and fell. As Sweet Daddy Williams said on Good Times, boy, you in trouble. I'm just saying, I'm going for all of y'all. So Keke Palmer, are you going to admit that Robert was not a monster and that he treated you with nothing respect? Huh, Keke Palmer? Vi said drop the link. Call in, Vi. I don't have a link for this one tonight. Call in. I just want to know, Keke Palmer, are you going to do the right thing? That's all it takes is a sincere apology. Sudi, I'm going to call you. I want to know. Portia Williams, are you going to say anything, you lying piece of you lying piece of hair hat? And my Tommy Sotomayor voice. I'm laughing at what Vi said. When Dana pop up, sneaky T pop up. You're live on the DanaJay show. How can I help you?
Man, look here. First of all, I just want to say, shout out to everybody who stayed true. Shout out to everybody who stayed true.
That's facts.
Switch up. Because a lot of people jump ship. And a lot of them names you would call them people that was on the other side, that went to the other side because they was convinced by the government Debo mentality. You know what I'm saying? They pretty much Debo'd this trial and made, what everybody, y'all, you, Hollywood, real supporters that was there, was giving us the information of what went on during this trial. Because ain't no way, if you follow the evidence, that they could have came up with a fucking, I don't know, I'm in the curse. Ain't no way they could have came up with a conviction if they followed the evidence like they were supposed to.
Right.
We hadn't heard not one grand jury speak yet on how they came up with this conviction, what information, no nothing. Because if the information that this lady was able to detail out was the information that they received, how did y'all come up with a guilty verdict? What did y'all see that we didn't see? Ann Darling need to be put in handcuffs with her old ass and toted on to the jailhouse because she allowed this to go on.
Facts.
It's so sad that we have to watch this, what we just saw with our brother R. Kelly. And what we have to think about is this is going to continue to happen. We'll study seeing our innocent brothers being released from prison due to the same type of conduct from the prosecution. It's so sad. But these people, not only do he need to be let out and free, these people need to be held accountable for breaking the law.
Facts.
What's going to happen to these prosecutors? What's going to happen to this judge? They literally went in, well, you was there at the court trial. They changed the language of the charges during the trial.
Yep.
When has that ever happened?
Never.
See, these other people out here talking about this man guilty, like I tell anybody, I'm for right or wrong. If he was guilty, we would say he's guilty as a man, even though we like him.
Oh, yeah.
That's our boy. But if he done something wrong, you got kids. I got kids. A lot of these guys that support R. Kelly has kids as well. But what we do know is this. If a man done something wrong, he wrong. And one thing about committing a crime, if you go out and shoot a person, you shot him.
Facts.
So you pull the gun out, it had bullets in it, you pull the trigger, you shot him. Why do you have to go so far back to the manufacturer who made the gun and all this to prove that he shot him?
That part.
They say he did all this shit, but they had to dig up dead people, our ancestors, UFOs. They went so far around the situation to make it so obvious that they didn't have nothing. To try to get it, they got a conviction just based off a deal that they made. This is backroom shady dealings that they made.
Hold on. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Georgia girl, you said Jason on Twitter already talking bad about these motions. Bojang did that work. Is he talking bad about the motions that the government did to prosecute Rob, or is he talking bad about the motion that Bojang put in?
She broke it down. The motion is broke down to like Levi say, or Baby kids understand.
Right.
I mean, and she put in the timestamp. See, that's one thing, like you said, is telling these other damn fool that's on here. Digital footprint, text message, all that shit, the metaverse. You can't hide from these people, man. You can't hide nothing that you do.
And Chrissy said he still has to go through the Chicago trial, right? It all depends.
Hell no.
If he get acquitted from this, for that Chicago trial, they gonna drop that.
And then it also fall apart on the simple fact of Michael Avenatti. Ain't nothing he got his hands on even relevant.
Right.
Everything he done touch is expired at this point. And we already know who he got in bed with, Kim Fox. He the one pressured Kim Fox to even bring the charge. So his extortion tactics already been exposed. He been convicted. So, and Jennifer's not gonna play with that.
Right, love.
This woman is not coming to play with these people. Like Prima Donna say on her channel, I ain't come to play with you, mother.
Right, I ain't. Right, I'm definitely not coming to play with none of them.
For real, man. But you know, I sat on here and I listened for the whole time, and a lot of this stuff that we hear. But see, Dan, go back. We talked about the hotel situation. Well, I tell you, the police, they showed the police fake identification.
Right.
Or something.
Gemini Don said, "What up, Vi?"
What up? I told you, the only way R. Kelly, because that sheriff in Florida, that Jupiter, wherever that is, he said, R. Kelly break the law here, we gonna lock him up.
Right.
So when they called him, them police went to that hotel, they didn't arrest him because the BS play was in the way. And Alice, she need to be locked up too. She pimped Bishop Don Juan, her daughter. I mean, if this ain't, she was one of them parents from back in the day, almost.
Man,
I
was shocked to hear her go that far, boy.
Man, how you, Dana? You know you was shocked, bro. But that's why.
I'm trying to add a little spice. Come on, man. Don't blow my cover.
You wasn't shocked, man. And you know who I believe was innocent though. Honestly though, I believe Angelo was innocent because you didn't hear them say nothing about Angelo.
Nothing.
It was all her mama. He just got in on. He just was so happy to just get put into the shit. But it was her mama who did all the coercion. It's fucked up. And Angelo being a man, I'm going to defend my wife. I'm going to defend my daughter. He probably somewhere right now kicking the goddamn sky like old boy on Boys in the Hood when he got out the top.
Travel the World has said it the best. It's John Legend, Charlemagne the Devil going to apologize. Travel the World, you know what? We need to bombard them with that. Look. I'm willing to hit the Breakfast Club on the airwaves tomorrow.
Man, call in. We all should be calling.
I'm telling you, I'm willing to call in on the Breakfast Club tomorrow.
Cause they got that motion. They got it. Everybody gonna be talked. This shouldn't be talked about everywhere.
Can I think?
Leave out Ricky Smiley. We can't leave out none of these.
Man, I'm not leaving out Ricky Smiley, Steve Harvey. I'm going after them all.
Nobody, man. Everybody has something to say. Kelly, what's your price? Try to tiptoe, get her a Lifetime show. Everybody, man. Everybody just put this man down like that, man. But when he kicked him when he was down, and guess what? Don't leave out RCA.
Facts.
Y'all cut this man bread off. Me too. Time's up. Y'all cut this man bread off, man. That's a lawsuit. Y'all finna have to pay this man for them shows y'all got canceled, man.
Facts.
Hey, time. The chaos finna be. He finna
Hey,
be
Vi.
pulling this dough.
Hey, Vi, check this out. And we gotta talk behind the scenes, man. And we gotta put something together real quick. I got an idea.
Damn, man. I'm calling Breakfast Club in the morning.
Plain as Jane. I don't think she have a channel no more. But I think they snatched her channel. Hey, wait. I know somebody need to apologize. Hey, Whitney D. I think you need to figure out something.
And your boy, most definitely. Your brother, Atmos.
Atmos done went to sleep.
That motherfucker might not wake up after the night. Don't nobody want to hear this live. No, nobody. That's why I'm finna share it again.
Right.
Once it's over with, I'm gonna get on and share it again.
Right, man.
Hey.
Look. I appreciate you, bro. Man, you definitely got to talk after I get out this live, though.
I'm up. I'm at work, man.
All right.
I sleep all day, but I'm up all night.
All right, and we definitely got to talk. Damon Pride can run, but he can't hide. He was on the videotape. We all know the fact. Facts.
That tape don't even got no existence to it, though.
Facts. Damon Pride and was on the Lisa Van Allen tape. And I got the still pictures.
Prima Donna got it all with her good cake-making ass. Tell you this. Shout out to the real supporters, not the bell pepper steppers and all the janky promoters. Y'all want to come to the side where we really support. Ain't trying to be all up in y'all videos. Ain't trying to steal your rallies. Come get down with the Dream Team.
Come on over to the Dream Team. You know what I mean? If you ain't trying to get on those party buses that's serving liquor to underage kids, man, look.
All them old ass people stepping in the name of love, all of them had canes.
If you ain't trying to get into no beef with your brothers after somebody busts out their own window and then try to lie and put it on their brother, come on over to the Dream Team, man. But that's how we put it. Come over to the Dream Team. If you ain't trying to wear a kufi that's supposed to be red but it's black on the other side, come over to the Dream Team. I'm just saying.
Man.
I'm just saying.
Don't hang it up, man.
If you ain't trying to have a 3'4" leprechaun jump in your video and, matter of fact, and dig up his nose and pluck it on his kitchen floor, Come on over to the Dream Team, man. Come on over to the Dream Team. Come on to the Dream Team. Fire! I'm just saying. Look, everybody call in. Tell me what y'all think about this. I want to hear from all of y'all. I ain't sleepy. It's only 1:07 Eastern Standard. 1:07 in the morning over here. I ain't sleepy. I'm rejuvenated now. So if you want to call in and share your voice and lend your voice to the DanaJay Show, it don't matter if you friend or foe. Just be respectful. Call in 678-545-2955. And you might want to call me and tell me I'm a piece of shit. But guess what? I love you anyway. I be all that. Because I know if you tell me that now in person, you're very friendly. So it don't bother me no more. So call in 678-545-22955. So I want to know, is Jason Meisner. See, I'm banned off Twitter. So if anybody know what Jason is doing on Twitter, please get it to me. I will blast him on here if it's not right. God dang, Alice. You had everybody fooled. You had everybody fooled. That part right there. United States. I just pray that when he gets out, that he'll be extra careful. Right. You live on the DanaJay Show. How can I help you, caller?
Dana, what's good? This is J-Rock.
What's going, bro?
Man, just finished up listening to the motion that you put out.
Okay.
And boy, there's gonna be so many people gonna be in trouble. It's not even funny.
Man, that motion is everything, bro.
Dude, and I'll tell you what. And I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I don't know if there's an apology Black America that can give him that's big enough for everything he went through.
That part. And William May said the Breakfast Club need to apologize to Kells. They platforms. Facts. Oh, I'm calling in the Breakfast Club tomorrow.
Oh man, I can't. Well, I would love to hear how that conversation gonna go.
Man, and you know I'm gonna get wicked with it.
Oh, I know you are. I wouldn't doubt it.
I'm gonna get wicked with it.
I would expect nothing less from you.
I'll tell you, I'm gonna get wicked real quick. I just want to know Angela Yee, Charlemagne the Devil, as well as
DJ Envy.
Envy. I just want to know, with the findings that happened with Robert Kelly's case, are y'all going to apologize to him or not? That's all I want to know. And I want Charlemagne to say something smart, because I'm like, yo, you raped Jessica Reed, so what are you talking about?
That's it. Right? That part right there. But I was on Sky Zone's one of Sky Zone's videos when she uploaded the song with Dr. Dre and 50 Cent, featuring R. Kelly, and I listened to it. I posted my comment, and everybody was giving me a positive review on it. But you always got to have that one to come through and try to talk some shit,
right?
And she was telling me, and she said, well, I don't listen to this one lady. I'm not gonna give her name. She said, I don't listen to R. Kelly because I got grandkids and they little girls, and I'll never listen to them again. I said, well, and I told her, I said, well, that's your right.
Right.
But I just hope if you have grandsons and they come at them with false allegations, that you keep that same energy.
Right. Again, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say this. That song with Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, and R. Kelly, that's an unmixed down song, because the song is not mixed at all. That's a song that didn't make the cut on 50 Cent album because RCA didn't want to overtake 50 Cent album with R. Kelly, because they said with R. Kelly being on there, it would have took the shine away from 50 Cent, and they wanted 50 to blow. But here's my question. 50 ain't put that out. Why would somebody put that out now when that song came out in 2008?
Very good question. And I kind of figured it was an older song anyway, because like anybody that's a true R. Kelly fan knows the man got so many hits, so many songs in the vault. It's not even funny. So anything that's leaked that might sound new now, he probably put it out about 10 years ago anyway. He probably already made it.
Right.
So that's nothing new. But when me and this lady went at it on Skyzone's video, and she was telling me how he slept with Aaliyah and he married her while she was young, and then she was underage. He knew about it and didn't care. And she was like, and she said, I suggest you do your homework on the case. So then I answered back. Now this is what I said to her. I said, I did my homework. I suggest you do yours. Now, now what I'm about to say is something a lot of people ain't gonna know. I said, Demetrius Smith lied on the stand.
Of course.
I said, you see R. Kelly.
Thank you, Georgia girl.
On it. Mm-hmm. And so he said, he said R. Kelly was on his 12-play tour, and he called R. Kelly, said Aaliyah was in trouble, implying that she was pregnant, and that's why he stopped his 12-play tour. And I said, that's an outright lie. When R. Kelly was on tour, he had a concert in Lafayette, Louisiana. Mm-hmm. While he was there, he and his entourage was playing basketball at a health club called Red's Health Club in Lafayette. Mm-hmm. During the time he was playing ball, he and his crew got into a fight, which resulted in an aggravated assault charge. He then had to fly from Lafayette to Chicago to meet with his lawyer, then come back to Lafayette with his lawyer. And there was footage on KLFY TV 10 in Lafayette, Louisiana of R. Kelly going to court with his lawyer.
Wow.
The concert happened a couple days later. I couldn't go to the concert, but my brother and his wife did. They went. And you see, that tour stopped because of that altercation, and it didn't have shit to do with Aaliyah.
Wow.
So I said, I suggest you sharpen your research skills. You know that woman they called me back yet? She ain't messaged me back or nothing.
And you gotta put who that was in the chat.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna get off the phone. I'm gonna jump on my computer right now and go ahead and put it on.
All right. Yeah, man. See, the real ones we already know. You know what I mean? And okay, we already know. And now that motion dropped, I'm gonna tell y'all, the Don Russell crew gonna ramp up. We ain't giving them no energy, none. We ain't giving them no energy. Shout out to Toy, Leisha, Nisi, Tasha, and Denise. Shout out to everybody that's here. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody that's here. I must say that the Dream Team is a special group. And dealing with me, you gotta be special, because I'm special. You're live on the DanaJay show. How can I help you?
Hey, Dana, this is Ann.
Hey, Gwen, what's going on?
Look, you need to tell them if they tired of watching that damn workout tape, come on over to the Dream Team.
No, I don't want nobody from YTF over here.
Man. Robert is coming home.
Of course. I don't want...
I am so excited.
I can see Kale and Okra right now. They up trying to fix their girdles and their loins.
Man.
But I got a feeling that, without me saying too much, because I know too much, I got a feeling that we're going to see okay. I got a feeling that we about to see a Bill Cosby, R. Kelly TV show. And I'm going to leave that there.
Mm-hmm. See, where's Oko?
Huh?
Where's Oko at?
Where's Oko?
Yeah, they need to be up in here. Man. I just can't wait till Rob come home. Oh my goodness. He needs to just go on a suing spree. Everybody needs to get it.
You heard where Oko was at, right?
Hmm?
You heard where Oko was, right? Listen.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Shay. Thank you, Shay.
All right, I just wanted to say that. I'm going to get back in the chat.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
I'm just saying, call in, man. I mean, Gail definitely over-robbing the pilot with her devil. Tasha Pope said, "What does this mean for R. Kelly? What happens next? He come home." That's what that means. That motion is that motion has been submitted. The government have to do a rebuttal, which all of their errors have been pointed out. I don't see where there's any rebuttal that's going to stand against that. And Donnelly got to do the right thing. No, Dana, wait a bit. Wait a bit what? What's going on? Is some more coming out? What are you talking about? Hold on. I'll talk about this tomorrow. I thought somebody was sending me something. God's gift, what are you talking about? I don't know. She said, wait a bit. God's gift said, wait a bit. What's going on? Let's go.
Boy, you must have thought I was stupid. I was only stupid for thinking you would do this to me. When I'm gone,
okay, William,
you're checking to see when I am coming home. But I know you're not alone, so I left the house with Stacy. Said I was going to Macy's. You gave me your credit card, blew a kiss and said bye, baby. You said buy what I want and buy something nice for Stacy. And you don't like Stacy, so I knew something was crazy. Send me up to be with her.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on a second. I'm trying to see is there a second motion. Hold on. Hey, William May, I'm about to put my email in the chat. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me see something real quick. Let me send this real quick. Oh, snap. She put foul, let justice reign. Hold on, y'all. I don't see nothing about no other motion. I got the two. I don't see nothing about nothing else. Hold on. In R. Kelly's motion for a new trial, his lawyer argues that the singer's trial attorneys did little to drill down the jury selection and strike obviously biased people. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna show that. So Jason Meisner put that up there. Hold on, let me get this for y'all. Okay, hold on. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Put that down. Hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do. Open this up. Okay. Check this out. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go down this line. Jason put, according to the motion, R. Kelly's trial attorneys failed to ask a single question of juror number 3, including what information he learned about Kelly's reputation for sleeping with underage girls. Anyone who's seen Surviving R. Kelly should have been removed for cause. Trial experts say it's the answer to the next question that matters most. Can you put what you've heard aside and render a verdict based solely on the evidence you hear at the trial? If the prospective jurors answers yes, then it's tougher to prove they were unduly biased. In R. Kelly's motion for a new trial, his lawyer argues that the singer's trial attorneys did little to drill down injury selection and strike obviously biased people from the panel. They point to answers like these from juror number 3. For example, juror number 3 provided the following information in the questionnaire. Question 29. The case for which you are summoned involved the defendant, Robert Sylvester Kelly, also known as R. Kelly. Have you read, seen, or heard anything about the case, alleged crimes, or people involved? His answer, I watched the documentary, but I forgot the name of it. Right. 30. Have you read, seen, or heard about Robert Kelly, also known as R. Kelly? Answer, yes, entertainer. I heard that he has been sleeping with underage girls. 31. Have you watched or heard any interviews of Robert Kelly or any TV shows featuring him or any specials or documentaries about him? Yes. Question. What were your general impressions? I saw a documentary about him and his legal troubles. I don't know the full story, so I have no feelings and remain impartial. 91. Do you know anything about the Me Too movement? Yes, it's a movement that seeks justice for rape victims 25 to 30 years after the fact. Jeez. So how was he able to be on? How was he able to even be on a case? That's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on. Whoa. Whoa. You know what? Check this out. I'm going to have to... That motion for new trial, I'm going to read that tomorrow. They said it's 74 pages long. There's no way I'm going to do that tonight. Tomorrow I'm going to get it, and I'm going to go ahead and read it. They said it's 74 pages long. Jesus Christ. So look, we about to get up out of here and get ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow going to be a long one.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Carrie J.
You made a U-turn. You made a U-turn.
She slipped through the back door. You checked out the window and then got in bed with her. Then I made a U-turn.
I gave you money plus my car to go on shopping spree.
I don't know, Travel the World. I don't know.
Sometimes
I'm wondering that too.
To get you out of the studio. What? And she would be
okay, Chrissy. Cool. Love you back.
Oh no,
I know it's bogus shit.
But why'd you do this, Kelly? You said you loved me, but how could you hurt me?
That means it's 3 motions then.
I thought that you would.
That means it's 3.
For a while.
You made a U-turn.
Carrie J, I'm gonna get that tomorrow.
Emotional.
just looking at what y'all saying. Cause tomorrow I'm gonna read the other motions. Whew. It look like it's gonna be a barn burner. G-Joy, call me when I go off. Rel said I missed it all. What up, Rel? Yeah, tomorrow gonna be a long one, so hey. Yeah, you right, EJ. No roll-ons allowed over here. Facts. Corey Simmons said Jennifer Bojine put in a powerful motion. All of R. Kelly lawyers dropped the ball. Facts. That's a shame that Doug been saying that for the whole time, man. Right about it. Well, if the judge don't have R. Kelly a new trial or acquittal, the appellate judges should if they follow the law. Facts. Robert definitely coming home. And she done released something else, but I ain't gonna hold y'all tonight. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. People gotta go to work. Look. Jesus. I ain't know it was that far behind. Y'all be blessed. I wonder this big dummy going to read his chat to his chat. Yeah. Oh my God. Night night, everybody. Look, y'all get some rest. I gotta be up. I gotta get these other for these other joints. All right, peace.
Swimming in you. Hey, little mama said I wanna take her. Dip in your pool. Just go for a little dive, yeah.